blum. Blum 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 blum. Blum 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 blum. Blum 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 blum. Blum 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 blum. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum, bada bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Honk honk honk. Honk 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 honk. God damn, 50 messages on this Destiny victim scandal. Fuck! Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy, Christ have mercy. Lord have mercy, Lord have mercy too. Oh, cause all that they be needing on the booth. Oh, they riding through the cut on in I scoot. Oh, and I be telling them get off the swoot. Oh, I'm gonna be super good on the story that involves me having to listen to vapid women complain and talk about Destiny. Okay, thanks. That's no offense to her. I'm just super good on listening to women like Lav. They exist to do nothing. I don't want to do that to myself. Okay, pull this. I forgot to change the Twitch title. I knew there was something I was forgetting. I knew it. Swallowing in the potion on the limit, in your potion swim. I don't wanna see you on a potion, and you know you kidding. Everything you tell me that you seem like you wanna find a line. You know you doing a line. She don't wanna see a potion, once you in the ocean swim. See you wanna poking, once you see the potion in. Wanna see the lotion, cause she hear the motion win. She in the ocean, no, she in the lotion, no, it's swim. Not about to be the ghost in them bends. So she see the lows on the tins. Oh, cause she see the low, she got again. Oh, my nose on again. Yes, all this is good. I can leave that. And leave this. Then leads to this shit. Okay. Next taku. Mega viral. Blah blah blah. Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. Primink finds another Crady. And then League, but I don't think the League video is worth it. This I wanted to cover. Outside. And Omizi.
Once it gets shut down, no one cares.
This is fine. This story is important-ish enough. And this. And now the question that everyone wants to know. What will Carl keep his hands busy with? Do you really have to ask? It's like the secondary unofficial music of the stream, goddamn. All right. Welcome. It is Saturday the 4th. We are 4 days in, 361 days left. I am Coral. And let's get into the news. Today we're opening up with something very simple, very sweet, very to the core. We have a community page. And on that community page, I am posting memes. I'm posting memes, I'm posting GIFs. I'm posting news stories that I think are relevant. If I see something on the timeline, and I think it's important enough that the entire server and or audience should see it, I'm probably going to post something about it, both in the server, inside of Carl posting, as well as inside of the community post. That way people who are paying attention to the YouTube page have the ability to see what it is and what's going on. And then possibly even talk about it a bit on the camera. Fortunately, this story is important enough to have been seen by multiple people. so that won't be necessary for this one. For other things that are important, that will be how I will communicate it. Slowly tinkering with things, fucking shit around. I was in a inventive mood this morning, so the thumbnail is different. Yes, indeed, that is the Chillato background. One of the many interrelated colors. It took a very long time to get it right. Hello? Getting to the points of Path of Exile where it can feel a bit more like a tedium and a chore than it is fun to play. Then again, I'm playing a pseudo melee class, so that is on me. So, change a couple of things around there, change pace of what I was planning to do, and finish up the rest of these news stories. Because I am so far back on my video backlog, and that's only because I've been having to cover more shit as more things happen. With that said, series of videos. These would have been the ones that we could have gotten to had I not needed to go to the store yesterday and then been exhausted to be able to stay up and do shit. This is what happens when you have insomnia, chat. You lose all your energy to the insomnia you have in the middle of the morning, so if you don't find a way to make use of that procrastination time, it just disappears. This is Ellie in Videoland. And this is why she quit her Twitch streaming career. Second colon bracket, the shocking truth about e-girl culture. Let's see what she has to say.
Hey everybody, I'm back with another video. Today I'm going to be talking about e-girls, specifically the reasons why I am no longer an e-girl. But I think it's an important subject to talk about. You know that song, "E-girls are ruining my life"? I think everybody thought it was some kind of ironic statement, but arguably, e-girl culture is ruining elements of people's lives. And I'm going to talk about why. Since I used to be one, I feel like it's my responsibility to call out this behavior and take accountability for enabling this culture myself and being an active, negative contributor without knowing.
Damn. That's the first time somebody's ever said that. That's crazy. How many people are you seeing right now that are still saying, I'm ethically giving them the girlfriend experience? Hats off, lady. Afros off, lady.
The very real world implications, detriments, and consequences that such actions can have, and how it hurts women and men collectively for different reasons. I have a Twitch channel. I used to stream for 8 to 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, and I made money. Not as much as some very popular female streamers that might come to your mind.
But it was enough. You didn't make much, but it was enough. It was an honest goring.
I'll speak about them later, but I made enough to support myself. And then I made more, chasing numbers, being trapped in a never-ending cycle of narcissism and a heightened state of self-worth. There are plenty of ways that being a woman on the internet is dangerous. Being on the internet in general opens you up to the most evil of people.
Look right here.
Oh, okay. Give me a second. Oh, wait.
Being able to say whatever they want about you with no consequence.
Show me your TV's mercy, please.
No.
But it has physical dangers too. I used to have a P.O. box so people could send me gifts. I saw a lot of popular YouTubers and streamers doing that. People wanted to send me things. I let it happen. Someone I knew from my stream moved across the country to my city so he could be closer to me. This didn't terrify me. The culture of Twitch makes you want to tear down boundaries. The thing about streaming is that it's so personal. People want to know everything about you. What'd you have for dinner? What are you doing this holiday? What are you doing this weekend? Where are you from? I was putting myself in danger by just having a P.O. box with my zip code, and I had no idea. This pseudo-parasocial relationship between someone on a screen and someone in a chat can turn into obsession very quickly. I once had...
I mean, most of the time it always is obsession. Biggest problem with streaming is that the sheer variety of broadcasters and influencers, content creators, and movers and shakers of the industry world, let alone the idea of a tech billionaire making a blog channel, where he discusses his day-to-day as he goes about making business decisions that influence your life in subtle or magnanimous ways, is that everybody's getting a piece of this by various things. It is everything that sucks to suck to suck and suck to suckity suck and a suck of a suck. Especially when it comes to tie-ins and touches. Especially when it comes to the idea of the world of influencers. The fact that there are people whom I'm on the radar of that I have never met and probably never will meet because of the conversations other people have in dark rooms about me. Or the conversations people are having in dark rooms about me, despite knowing the things that they're talking about is false. And that's just on me. Imagine everybody else who's connected or related to me. Some which are obvious, some which you'd be surprised by. Entire parts of circles, community circles, influencer circles, friend groups, etc., where a $5 donation and a text-to-speech readout on screen can make or break anything that you do. It is a bizarre thing to think about. Shouldn't have to think about it that way. Think about it that way that hard, you're gonna usually go crazy. Choice paralysis, etc.
Had a supporter that would sell his plasma to be able to tier 3 sub. And though
That's wild.
I told him that that's unnecessary and not to do that, I couldn't stop him and I wasn't going to refund that sub. This was my full-time job. It was how I supported myself and my mother and my pets at the time. The longer you are a persona on the internet, the faster you disconnect from the real world and your true sense of self. Your life becomes a show for the masses, for your customers, your consumers. Your job is to keep them consuming your content. And the more popular someone becomes, the less they care about you as an individual, because numbers are everything. And you're just one person. I love being a content creator. It's what I've always wanted to do. Since I was in elementary school, my dream was to be a movie director and a TV show host.
Little Sally, what do you want to be when you grow up? I want to be the big breasted weather one. Honestly, in specific Latin cultures, it's probably the best thing you can be. They're always the best dressed. I'm gonna let her hold that.
I learned about streaming. I really thought that I could make it into the world of entertainment. I went to college for media production and management with a minor in theater. But once I started streaming, I didn't really gain any new skills. Just be active on social media. What's on social media? Women being sexy. And you have people like Amaranth in interviews saying, you could have your tits out. To say, you're not going to have as much money as me. You're not going to be as successful as me unless you have your breasts available to be seen by the public. Mass gaslighting and grooming. That kind of rhetoric seeps into your mind like a poison. Everyone in this culture has been poisoned. We can't help it. We're inundated with it. Propaganda, sex, political discourse, cancel culture, mob mentality, social media.
That's a lot of cuts. Did you really have to do a lot of cuts? Couldn't you have read that out as a whole sentence in a single take? Just a small nitpick, but dead ass.
Media is poison, and it's contributing to the thousands of mental illnesses in this modern age. Deleted Snapchat off my phone. And I disabled my DMs on all socials because I was sick of being readily available for just anyone. And it is for my safety. And if you think that I'm being some kind of self-righteous bigot or whatever, then that means you would prefer I tear down my boundaries for you. As a streamer, you are subject to something called trauma dumping, where people will come into your chat and speak about extremely sad personal matters, because streaming is free therapy when it's not practiced for flirting. And yeah, I flirted back.
For women. For women. From the top of my lungs, where God can hear me screaming into the void, for women. It will never be that way for men. Unless you're attractive. And I'm not saying, oh, well, see, that didn't happen to me because I'm not attractive. I'm saying, from Dream to Corpse Husband to Markiplier to Joji when he had his glow up and stopped being Filthy Frank for his own health. Every single bit of the internet ugly niggas and ugly women get the backest hand swiftly to the front of their face. All the time, every time. That's just the way of the world. I ain't mad about that. But there is an unreal level of evil because the expectation is that the grungiest, dirtiest motherfuckers are also the richest ones. And the grungiest, dirtiest hags are also, again, the richest ones. The beautiful ones are usually fucking or married to or interpersonally linked with those men. One of the news stories that are right there that I feel like I might skip is literally the interconnected sex life of Destiny. I can't begin to explain to you how the interpersonal connection of Twitch is disgusting. I've tried on various examples, but it's just, I can never truly communicate how it is. I'm very fine, Gene. I can never truly fully communicate it. Because the greatest issue and problem with broadcasting is that while appearance isn't everything, that doesn't mean it doesn't matter. But then, while appearance isn't everything, but it does matter enough, it should never matter so much that the way that people choose to change their behavior is dictated upon whether or not they find the content creator fuckable. Then it should not be, this person's fuckable because they're attractive, so anything else they say doesn't matter. Literally, they could read the phone book and I'd find it attractive. That's Hassan Piker. It should never be because they're attractive and I'm willing to allow them to get away with tricking the public on a general scale, because how many people are going to call them out about being a grifter and a liar? That's Caitlyn. That's Amaranth. Never should you ever allow it to the point, position, and example that because you find the content creator attractive, that you're also just going to ignore the truth of the world, that probably the most entertaining people are probably not going to be, are not going to be male models and female models. The difference between hot, sexy, attractive, desired, wanted, and put on a shirt nigga should not exist on the spectrum, which it does, but it does. On this edge, Twitch is cooked. But then, look over on YouTube of multiple places. From my own audience, and its crossover to other people. So let's say between myself and Horror, and then between myself and Jay, and then between myself and people who aren't necessarily content creators, but every now and again in their own personal careers, like actually Tina working as a doctor, as medical examiner in the mortuary, her being able to stream Final Fantasy XIV, or Trash Weed Queen, who is a bodybuilder and cosplayer, not to be confused with Sneaky Opasta, who is the sister of yet one of another of my oomfies, who herself is also a factory worker and a bodybuilder. She doesn't make content, but she does post frequently on Twitter. The amount of opportunity for people to see different kinds of people is frequent and often. But, as I frequently remind people, those content creators don't exist if you don't go looking for them. Sure, your favorite content creator might be your favorite work, but you have never found your most favorite worker until you have gone out of your way to find them. I say again, your favorite content creator is just one of many people. Whether they be inside boys and girls, or people who've had to find a way to make a side hustle while also dealing with responsibilities that are piled on top of them in this life. There are various kinds of people that come from various walks of life. But the very vapid, very shallow internet does not hear or see your personal favorite. Because why should I follow them? They have no followers. Despite the fact that they have followers. Why should I support them when I could just keep consuming the same shit? And then all of a sudden your favorite content creator quits content because of some scandal that they're involved in. Or they get put in the middle of harm. Lord forbid something happened to them, they get Christina Grimmed. Then, add on the caveat that no matter what you do, especially if you're a married woman, there is always going to be a contingency of your audience, if you do not make very clear that you're spoken for, that they will try to fuck you. There is a very large contingent of your audience, if you stream and broadcast, even if you broadcast as a VTuber, that they will join your audience, they will become parasocially attached to you, especially if you make content on other platforms and sites, and they are going to want to try to fuck you. It is probably the most annoying factor that stops broadcasters and new people from getting into work or even being able to be in a voice chat playing a game with other people while live on air. I dislike it. And boys, don't think that it can't happen to you neither, because it's happened to me. Do not think it can't happen to you neither. And look at me. Look at me. Look at me. I am the man that NTRs the women in the dojins. That's wild. Despite this, content creation has never been at its peak. And the reason why is because we don't have consistent content creators. People who consistently broadcast, people who consistently upload, people who consistently make things. People only pay attention to the hottest fucking hype. And then they fall off. They forget about them, they ignore them. They're not trending viral on Twitter. They're not getting choke slammed at fucking WrestleMania. They're not running out and popping up on your favorite, most popular live streamer's platform due to the logic of Dan Clancy, believing that live streaming is when you create spectacles around popular, famous people, thus perpetuating a never-ending cycle of popularity. It is, in word short, a mess. For any more talks about something like that, you can always go find and read from the wisdom of Devin Nash. There happens to be a community repost that was put up by me about something that he's predicted that's going to happen for 2025, but in general. The demand of content dictates that you completely blur the lines between what is acceptable, what is normal, and what you consider to be moral. It is a very slippery slope. And, following up on that thing that I talked about yesterday, it's something that, when you have controversy in your career, should you ever have controversy, people will act as though, because that controversy happened, that means you're not allowed to ever exist again. This is completely separate from you've done dumb shit, and you did dumb shit, and learned from it. It is something happened to you, period, so that's all people know you for. Especially when it comes to women. Woman gets stalked, woman gets doxxed, woman gets stalked IRL, woman does massive harm to herself, especially concerning a crash out, basically the Justin Mink story. There are too many examples of this shit happening in frequency. Combo this together with people just basically deciding that they're not going to support you if you don't act like they're a perfect porn star. It's like you don't want to tell people that they should go do it. Like, stay away from it. But at the same time, it's like telling somebody about a really good video game. You don't want them to miss out on it, but you also think about the risks that come with it. Content creation never should require a person take that calculation and make that risk. In my family, there's actually 2 of us that broadcast, because my sister also broadcasts, but I have no idea what her broadcast is. But I occasionally do look back at my own content, and I can see the active radical change, especially considering that when Callum brought it up yesterday, that I actually looked back on that era that he was talking about. And the drastic changes of my attitude and the shit that I was willing to tolerate between then and now. It's kind of the reason why we need to have frequent content creators and why we need to have them consistently posting and having a profile. But then again, it's also a job on like all parts. One that I've taken a lot more seriously recently, which is why most of the time when I do stay up and I am editing nonstop, I'm also now editing and pushing out clips frequently. That's actually been a reason. So like, for multiple videos that I've said that are going to be worked on to the point that it's now becoming like Dev's trucker video, the reason why they're not already out yet is because either I needed a piece of something to finish them, or I've been pushing out shorts. And I have seen the result of what comes from it. Which is why I continue to push them out. Anyways, recap. Streaming's fucked. Streaming's especially fucked if you're a woman. Streaming's effectively, seriously fucked if you've ever been in drama. If you want to become a content creator, you have to be willing to do it consistently. Even if you're only doing it on the minimal basis with your free time, posting something a week is better than posting nothing a week. Broadcasting 3 days is better than broadcasting every day and then not having any time to broadcast and post out anything else. Etc, 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 etc.
Trying to be cute and make money. I'm sorry I contributed to that, and I won't again. It's not fair to me, and it's not fair to the people who are paying for fake attention. It is not all my responsibility either. You should not support someone just because you are attracted to them. This culture opened me up to being preyed on by narcissists, manipulators, sociopaths, and even pedophiles. People who want to tear your walls down just so you can make them feel more validated. It's all about you. You
tear the walls down! That was a very fucking invasive walls of Jericho.
You. All the people on the screen think it's all about me. Me. This was never my goal, and my dreams were corrupted by internet culture. I was blind to what I was doing, and men are blind to what's being done to them. And some men are blind to what they are doing to women through this. If anyone tries to tear your walls down, break your boundaries, to be close to you, they want something from you. It's just a sign that you're in the presence of escapism at best, and at worst, in the presence of the Dark Triad. They want to get what they can out of you. There's no use for you outside of the internet. I have learned a lot the past 2 years, and now it's my goal to use my platform to teach others and try to have people think for themselves. On my path of learning and searching for truth, I discovered the big monster of capitalism and how places like Twitch or OnlyFans contributes to a bigger problem than most people understand. In the internet world where you have to fight to stay relevant because everything is accelerated at an alarming pace, this shallow way of being has an expiration date. Everyone gets older, looks fade, women will feel competition with each other, they'll be competing for attention in the wallets of men, and men will compete against each other too. Their expiration date is when their money runs out. You do not actually know the other person in these fake relationships. You don't know if they actually align with your ideals, and we all know that the anonymity of the internet makes it so easy to hide who you really are. Streamers will lie to their audience in order to not be canceled and win public support, because your money is more important than their honesty and integrity. The truth is not profitable. This culture gives the unhealthy ego a place to thrive. All you have to do is virtue signal and say you're supporting women by supporting their OnlyFans. And women say they're supporting themselves. They're independent, even though they're using a platform created by and for men who have free access to—
Which, by the way, is hilarious when you think about it on the end of, like, ego spectrum and fucking karma.
to all of their pictures and videos and make a profit off of all the content, no matter how private or personal it is. I would have men ask me when, not if, when I was going to get an OnlyFans. OnlyFans was created by a very suspicious individual who has suspicious relationships with children. It's no surprise that Twitch has become the site to pick your favorite e-girl to simp for. It's run by Jeff Bezos, who builds value. He's looking to make a profit.
Technically, it's ran by Dan Clancy and all the other C-suite level executives that all have leftist Twitch politics on the brain because they're protecting Hassan Piker and the Anti-Semi Squad, who we keep having to fucking cover, despite my desperation to stay away from them. It is probably the reason why the site is going to get torn apart at some point. Because as much as they want to try and ignore the people that they consider to be the bad actors that are causing the problem, they can't be able to they can't stem the tide. Like, they can't fix this. And they can't do it forever. They can't possibly do it forever.
So you and the streamers are products. And maybe you're having some cognitive dissonance. The narrative that this is mentally healthy or safe for men and women, or that somehow this will make men respect women more in the long run. This doesn't act towards respecting women, because women who do not involve themselves with such activities still get seen as the same and are expected to participate. And men are not respected any more than you would respect an ATM. The irony is that the women who are doing this kind of thing, that have a hatred for men, are feeding into the elitist patriarchy themselves and grooming more women to be trapped in the patriarchy with their perfect...
I love disconnects for no damn reason. Casting. 1, 2, 3. Boy, do I love Mediacom. I love Mediacom. I love Mediacom so much. I love Mediacom so much. It's so great. I really love Mediacom. Mediacom's such a good reputation. It's such a good job. Mediacom. Hello, Monster.
I don't remember who told me that, but I still...
What was I saying? Ah, yes. No, that's actually just true. There are porn stars that are on Twitch that, of course, are treating the platform with more decorum and respect than other platforms. Hello. Just doing a video read-through. Feel free to watch along and learn about it. Ouch. This one particularly coming from a person who used to make Twitch-styled e-girl OnlyFans, or not, excuse me, not OnlyFans content, but Twitch-style e-girl tier 3 sub-bait content. But no, there are porn stars that are on that platform that dress with more respect and more decorum for themselves and the platform and the industry and the business than there are the people who just do it frequently for a job. Because the biggest criticism any person could ever have about e-girl culture, it's not that people object to people being booby streamers. It is that there is a clear die and caste system that protects people who then say extremely brain-dead takes that then allow for them to remain in business, despite that if you were to do it, you would be banned and gone. For years, illegal restreaming and breaking of copyright of multiple companies, from Viacom to Paramount and more and beyond, for any film and any television show, whether it be a concurrent reality show like MasterChef, or it be a frequently well-seen series with multiple levels of copyright, like The Last Avatar, or excuse me, The Last Airbender. Freebasing, which was the basis, if one wanted to give the greatest lolcow of the internet, Dark Viper AU, credit, was actually the problem with Twitch. It was a containment website that started from Justin TV, then became up to pre-post Twitch Plays Pokemon, which is right up from the conversion to 2014, before its acquiring by Amazon, of a world that allows for any and everything to go. From the Raj Royale, to Howie's music videos, to Thorzen losing his mind on camera, and the glory days of League of Legends ruling the categories, to what it is now. where literally, ironically, women like Caseytron are only relevant because they have politically aligned themselves with people who are left-wing. And those left-wing content creators are also the same priority creators that are on YouTube. And in the time when the censorious overreach of YouTube was a problem, they built up their streams not by being entertaining, but by actively dick-sucking. Sometimes literally dick-sucking to get clout, to build their careers and their jobs. It is an incomplete criticism to say the reason why people are upset is because, lol, she makes more money than you, and she has this and this and this and this, right? Because usually criticism comes from men. But the reason why is because men can clearly see that the problem is other men are simping for them. We can see them in the comments. We can see them on the feed and on the pages on the Instagram. We can see them signing up actively and begging to be pay pigs. The girls don't call it out because they see that this is the way in which the sausage is made. And we don't hold it against those people. Because if they're willing to say, yes, absolutely, I'm taking the money of these guys, they know I got a husband. They just love to throw shit at me. They love to grease my feet. We don't care about that. But it's funny that they defend it, is the problem. As far as it goes with Kick, YouTube, Facebook Gaming, when it was still running Mixer, and multiple other alternative sites, every single person that was banned from Twitch made Kick seem, I say this because you're here, I don't know if you're a person who's admin or staff monster, but this is relevant because it's true. They made Kick seem as though it was Nazbol Central. And it's not. Never has been. Just because Ice Poseidon gets banned on Twitch and then goes to stream on Kick doesn't mean that Kick is down with things like crypto scams. Or any of the other shit that he does IRL. Ultimately, if it doesn't happen on their platform, they shouldn't have to deal with it. But there are so many things that actually causes them to have to deal with that it's, well, like the stories which we've had to cover on the Project January podcast. A person should not be trying to brag and create censorious drama around about whether or not the girl that they slept with in bed last night that they bragged about on stream is underage or not, when they're at a rager of a party. You shouldn't have streamers like Jack Dory streaming himself committing a crime, zooming down highways only to get into a wreck and destroy his McLaren, and then brag about the fact that he destroyed his McLaren while his fucking cameraman is bleeding out behind the camera. That shouldn't be what a site is associated with. The stigma hits on Kick, and yet only because they finally broke containment, right, is breaking out into major news because Hassan and his anti-Semi squad just couldn't stop screaming Jew hate at the top of their fucking lungs, makes all of this fall into perspective. Because as much as there are women that would have, at the peak of her work, looked like her and acted like her, there are some on there that look less. As Tectone called her, Muhammad the Hutt. I'm not endorsing the joke, but it's relevant. Somebody should not be able to say that American soldiers deserve to have PTSD and still be kept close to the circle of OTK dick suck that keeps them relevant in the news. And those same people who are married to people like Ludwig being relevant because their husband literally keeps involving them in news stories in his videos that then go viral on livestream fails. And then LSF, because they're dick sucking One True King and their content creators and other people of relevance. Technically, it's not just them, but medium-sized creators, high-level creators, they pick who goes viral and who doesn't. That should not be how it's done, because it goes back to what I was just saying. How the fuck you gonna find new content creators if you don't try out and listen to a new one you have never seen before or never heard before? Monster has no context of what's happening. They might think what I'm saying is based, and they might think what I'm saying is completely cap. But they took the chance to go find it and find out. And there are people that will say the shit that they say on Twitch, believing that it's the peak of the industry. The peak fucking garbage can of the industry, maybe. And the more women that there are there that are unwilling to accept the fact or admit truthfully that, yeah, the reason why they're on Kick, the reason that they're on Twitch, the reason that they're on YouTube, the reason that they use social media at all is to funnel people. I'm not saying that you don't. I'm just saying this as a point of example. That the reason they use social media and microblogging websites in general is to bring people in and funnel them down to the bottom of their funnel, where they got them paying for obscure feet pics that have been reposted and already data mined off of 5 websites from everywhere else. Until people are able to say, yes, I subbed to her because I find her funny and I want to screw her, the industry will never be fixed. It'll never be fixed. Because the industry suffers. Because the people who are calling themselves influencers do not have brain cells to influence other people. It sucks. You can scream it from your lungs to the cows come ho chat, but it will always be like that. So, you diversify. You don't just stream on Twitch. Granted, back when they still had this in the exclusivity contract and you had signed up to become an affiliate before testing out where you could, grow yourself, this was the catch-22. You use the site, but you don't dip all the way into the site if you do not trust the culture of the site. Use YouTube, use Twitch, use Kick, have multiple platforms so people can find you in multiple places and watch you at their convenience on the platform of their choice. For some people, they have heard of me, but they've never seen my work live. They've seen my work live, but they've never seen videos that I make because they're not interested in watching those. There are people who have probably seen both, but they actually came to know me because of my shorts, or because of TikToks. The fact that that's the industry is a tech conversation for a later date. But, back to the video.
Still remember it to this day. Do you agree? Leave your comments down below. Remember to like this video or dislike it. The algorithm doesn't care if you disagree with me or not. And you can present the argument well. The people that are viewing streamers like Amaranth aren't your audience. Well, if places like Twitch are promoting streams like that on their front page, it is a representation of women on the platform.
True, and that's the reason why it's so upsetting.
And there's no way for you nor I to know whether a viewer comes right from doing whatever they do while watching streams like that onto my stream in just a click of a button.
Are you arguing that our human brains can differentiate something so quickly between me and the last streamer that they watched? Because to a random observer, I'm just a girl on a screen. You can even pick your type.
Blue eyes, redheads, brunette, pick your poison. Likes, views, money. It's addicting. It teaches.
But why you say it's so sexual, though? That's my question. Like, I'm with you. But why does it sound like you're trying to fuck me? You recorded this video. You couldn't have redone? I'm just saying.
Teaches people that everyone has a price. Sad. Lonely men spend thousands of dollars on women on the internet to have some kind of connection with them. Sexual gratification or validation. To take advantage of that for profit is shameful and won't contribute to that. If you want to be in a symbiotic relationship with someone where you both mutually consent that you are using each other, then that means you are admitting that human interactions have now been degraded to transactions. I have seen what this culture creates. It creates monsters. I was a monster, obsessed with views, obsessed with myself. Meanwhile, narcissism was just to hide this deep sense of inadequacy.
Something fell off because I wasn't really contributing anything substantial to society by doing that.
I love playing video games, but eventually it wasn't even about playing the game anymore because I got stuck in a loop of playing the same game over and over again that frustrated me because that's what people wanted to see. And so then it became about the views and not about the game I wanted to play. This whole culture propagates a society that evaluates real human worth to a dollar amount. An ever-changing, arbitrary sense of value that...
Oh no, it's not an ever-changing, arbitrary sense of value. It's a changing sense of value that goes up $1 every time the IRS audits another streamer who didn't pay their fucking taxes. Come one, come all, come to the never-ending bread and circus buffet, where you can be able to find out whether or not your favorite content creator on the stream posts their pit on the internet, or more, for the price of a burger combo plus a drink. That's actually a lie. Price of a burger combo and a drink is like fucking $11. And the one that happens to be relevant for, I'd say, Twitch it's now $6 something? $5.99, $6.99? We haven't gotten to the point where we're verified for Kick yet, so I don't know what the number is on there. Basic buy-in YouTube price for being a member is actively suggested to start as low as $2.99. Like, we're talking realistic, serious dollar burger combo Happy Meal prices compared to ever escalating 4-for-4 bag box from Wendy's. It's unreal the levels of money that they try to scale up for Twitch. Which is half the reason why most of the women use it. Because if they set the number higher, it's not that they're not being fair, it's that they're keeping their prices competitive. Not the bot! I swear, it's always the bot. I swear to God, it's always the bot. I swear it's always the bats.
Shifts with inflation, just like the meat you buy at a grocery store. Except instead of sustenance, you get a momentary hit of dopamine
At the expense of
Well, it depends. If the dopamine is enough to sustain you from killing yourself, is it worth it? Bars.
real time you have spent working to make that money when you should be using that money to invest in yourself. Of course, people aren't going to like what I say, and of course, I have lost all my financial support. And I know that there are people out there that feel trapped in this game. Everyone feels like they have to side hustle these days. So I'm not trying to say that I hate you or anything for having an OnlyFans, but it's important to know the implications of what you're doing. Don't shoot the messenger. I'm tired. I'm tired of living in delusions and lies.
What a segue. Oh, I'm tired of this bullshit. I'm stealing that for a later date.
I'm tired of contributing to a society that's hurting people, that's destroying their mental capacity. I will get hatred spewed at me from every direction from people that I've known for years because I'm trying to be honest. I and many other women in my generation have been groomed by music, media, the news.
Doublethink throughout our society, trying to say net negatives are positives to conform to a narrative that serves no one.
Except for those already in power. I'm not afraid anymore to speak my mind. I've already been
Canceled for calling out corruption inside of a certain community.
Oh! There are only two words in the English language lexicon of popularity that ever follow D with an and a D. And that's D, B, D, and D, and D. The only video game that has more toxicity than League of fucking Legends, bros. Only video game that has more toxicity than League of fucking Legends. 07. Dead by Daylight, a blight on humanity designed to hook players by cancellation, a lesson in hypocrisy and virtue.
In a certain video game, when shit hit the fan and I was abused by a pedophile in their community.
By a what? What did she say?
I've already been
Canceled for calling out corruption inside of a certain community in a certain video game. When shit hit the fan.
LA Videoland, the truth about the man who abused me for 3 years, trigger warning, mental and sexual manipulation, extortion, and pedophilia. December 18th, 2021. A little update on this. Liars unblocked me in Discord, is now in the moment currently deleting all the messages he sent me that are screenshotted in my document. Lol, nice.
And I was abused by a pedophile in their community and sexually harassed by.
Clip of LA Morph UK, full story behind the clip. I know the info from PAX East, but why was it brought up again? Because I wanted the cat to say hi, that's all. It's basically the only thing more friends about me, so it's a big mean for him. It wouldn't be so funny if I told anyone that he later tried to follow me home and get me back to his bedroom. I wonder what BHVR Human Resources, I think that says, would have said. What did Matt say to get banned? And HR probably won't do much in that it becomes a he, she said, and because it's been a few months, blah, 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 blah. Recency bias, blah, 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 blah. This is another video on our channel, so I suppose we should watch this immediately after this one.
By a dev from their favorite video game. They witch hunted me over a tweet I wrote. Ironic.
We have devolved into radical socio and political ideologies. It isn't genuine, and it is not logical, and it is not helpful. It's often marked by false concerns that proves to damage people over time and is only fit to serve the one, the you. It is a step backwards disguised as being progressive. This type of symbiotic narcissistic relationship opens you up to lots of mental manipulation.
It's been proven over and over again that people spend money when they're upset, that these internet algorithms in lots of different places, not just on your phone for advertisements, but in video games too, people stay addicted to things if it triggers emotion. And with a society that's continuously being numb to human emotion through oversaturation,
this all contributes to a lingering sense of anxiety and hopelessness. How are you supposed to feel in alignment with other people like this? Now, of course, we cannot forget the fact that we all were trapped indoors on the internet for the past few years.
Indoors, indoors, indoors. Take it away, Penny!
You can't blame people for being poisoned like this and being stuck, addicted to algorithms.
Actually, I can. Because it means they are weak. Are you saying that you have never once been weak before in your life, Carl? I didn't say that. I said I can blame you.
Addicted to screens, addicted to e-girls, but you can blame people for refusing to educate themselves on what this is doing to real human relationships and ignoring the real world implications that come from social media and the propagandist poison we have been ingesting for years that people on the internet actively contribute to, propagate, and encourage for a profit. And I expect people to gaslight me about this just because I'm trying to call this out. Or maybe some of you can sense the corruption. And if we keep being afraid to talk about this corrosion of society, we will continue to be sucked into illusions and flow further away from real solutions. And I get it. Humans are social creatures, but that need for social interaction has been manipulated and monetized. And I understand why someone would do it. It's in order to avoid pain and gain a reward in this society that breaks you down, where you work so hard for almost nothing compared to these big streamer millionaires who make so much money off of the people that work difficult 9 to 5. At a certain point, you lose touch with reality if you continue to suppress and disown what is real. I'm making this in the hope that it impacts one person positively, enough to rethink that subscription on OnlyFans. All this culture does is create dysfunctional psychological patterns in people. Feelings are important, and yes, you can feel a certain way, but feelings don't always reflect reality.
Spoken with all the wisdom of a drugged, used up, and cracked out professional madam in a brothel. You know the one. The one that sounds like this. But you can suck you dry that I hoover by giving you a cover on a Tuesday with a frequency friend flyer discount.
All I can ask is that you not shut down intelligent conversation about this, and therefore halt the evolution of our species. Hi. Okay, I think Sophie is saying it's bedtime, so I am very tired. You're right, Sophie. I am open to any concerns you might have. Feel free to follow.
The more that I look at her face, the more it seems like she has like a permanent Glasgow smile on her face. I feel I'm on Team Horror with this. I don't like the frequent smiling. Maybe it's the position of her sitting at the camera. I don't know.
Follow me on the links below. Thank you for listening, and I hope this made an impact on you. Hopefully a positive one. See you next time.
Thank you, ma'am. We will go back for another. I want seconds. How far back is that video? Why I quit teaching. Horrorwood Studios 2020 at Movie Park, Germany. Telling Bear White, Sarah Hitchin, and Anne through illustration why I joined Gays Against Groomers Live. How to play Deadlock better in under 5 minutes. Tom McDonald reaction. Perfect Circle dystopian. Alien Zach go to a German zoo. Chaotic coffee brand. Addressing my hate comments. Ben Shapiro's Tom McDonald's facts. Exposing reaction content. Real talk. Tom McDonald's new rap video machine. Blah 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 blah. Words. It seems that she used to be very big in left-wing politics. That's another clap and a half for Carl for being right about what he talks about. Lots of things to do with political correctness and whatnot. Okay, so here's the Blight on Humanity to hook you. And where is the other one? Depravity by Daylight from the devs to the dating sim. Where is your story? Yeah, here we go. My cancellation. I skipped over it accidentally.
Well then, here we are.
Well, no, it's not the camera angle. She just has a permanent smile on her face. She just has a permanent smile on her face. She's not even here. Although this one's probably more nervousness.
Here we are. Well, you know, it's about time someone spoke up about Dead by Daylight, and I'm gonna be the one to do it. This video is gonna be pretty different from what I normally create. I consider myself an entertainer first, and my content usually reflects this, but I couldn't carry these thoughts inside my head anymore, so here I am. This isn't about patch notes or how the game has changed over time. In fact, this is a video about how it hasn't changed. And as a result, it has hurt people and has ruined aspects of people's lives, including mine. In this video, I'm going to outline and explain exactly how Dead by Daylight is not only a poorly designed game, but its far-reaching cultural impact is a net negative, both online and offline. I'm not creating this to stir up drama, as I realize that I too have been a negative contributor as well, but moreover to point out that the negativity is a byproduct of the gaming environment that behavior has created through the design, development, promotion, and growth of this game.
Well, at least we can tell that she's been well-spoken for the entirety of her job. Cause Lord knows I love a woman who is attractive and intelligent! Blowing loads. 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 That's why I got my woman.
To anybody who is new and doesn't know, yes, I have done my time. I've personally met and interacted with the game developers, I've been active with the cosplay community, and I've spent over 5,000 hours in this game. I've been ranked 1 as both killer and survivor. I have prestige 3 on every survivor, and a majority of the killers too. And
She's not humble bragging, she's stating her examples because there's gonna probably have been multiple people who told her, you're not allowed to have the ability to speak because you don't know what you're talking about. You're not a real gamer. I can already see it. It's 129 likes to 63 dislikes. Relatively, doesn't seem like her channel would have gotten a lot of views or hits, but it's very clear that if she is a reformed e-girl, and this is like her leaving the whorehouse, then this is the beginning of that leaving, because this is the furthest back before then her cancellation video, where she would have then learned her lesson of being on the left. Because the reason why Dead by Daylight is so fucking toxic is because Dead by Daylight is played almost exclusively by the same kinds of people that would play Phasmophobia. And I don't mean casually playing Phasmophobia. I mean professionally playing Phasmophobia. As somebody who plays number incremental games, like the one that is currently in the bottom right of the screen, I understand it, I get it. I play competitive games, I coach competitively, but the level of fucking salt on these clips from these motherfuckers. Killer players that specialize in killing toxic players. Toxic player teams that specialize in trying to wile, stunt, and antagonize people. It is another world It's like the left's version of Modern Warfare 2 lobbies. But they're on another fucking level! You have to see it to believe it. Don't take my fucking word for it. Don't take my fucking word for it. Because Lord knows the clips are on TikTok. And they're probably here too because they probably took them from YouTube.
I even built an entire community and Twitch stream around Dead by Daylight. So at this point, I feel justified in airing my feelings on the matter. I have experienced all the negative aspects of this game, from broken mechanics to the broken community. And when I look at it all collectively, the bad far outweighs whatever good traits this game might have. So, part 1, game design and mechanics. When I first introduced this game to my friends, who aren't really privy to the horror genre, it actually disturbed them. And I didn't understand why at first. But I've come to realize that this game is desensitizing. Being in an environment, constantly watching your friends die, hearing them cry and scream, subconsciously numbs you to the sounds of human pain, if you want to accept that or not. After a while, you forget about how you're witnessing your friends being tortured, and you forget about how as a survivor you have to deliberately sacrifice your friends for your own arbitrary view of success. Over time, the element of teamwork takes a backseat to the player's own selfish perspective on what constitutes as a victory.
Yeah, that make an audience toxic. That would make an audience toxic 100%. 100%. It's all the issues that makes League toxic. It's all the issues that makes any kind of 5v5 toxic. It's the element of being able to dip into a live stream. It's the element of being able to dip into a live stream and everything else, no problem. An element of dipping into a live stream and trying to fully understand what exactly puts you in the position that you find yourself in, that would become a viral clip that might define your stream. It's everything. It's everything.
The person who waits on the hatch for you to die when you're on first hook. To preemptively address the argument that Dead by Daylight is just a game, forehead. If you think about it, it isn't even a game. There isn't even a clearly defined win condition. If DBD...
Well, technically that's not true. As a survivor, your job is to survive, and as long as anybody inside the group survives, then you all win. It's the basis that became a format that has gone out through multiple other games. Town of Salem, for example, is a game format that has now found itself not just through Among Us, but now in that new Dead Note researcher slash hide game, which is basically Town of Salem, just with a Death Note anime skin. The concept of Dead by Daylight itself is the same thing that you can find in Dragon Ball Z, the Breakers. You got one killer, and you've got a team of survivors. The team of survivors have to work together to either survive or defeat the enemy within the context of the time allotted. In the case of Dead by Daylight, it is intended to be tilted in the favor of the killer rather than the player team, but where the survivors don't necessarily have a direct means to fight back against the hunter. In the Breakers, they do. It is not that hard to understand. The problem is that you're talking about an entire team of, 5-on-1? No. Seems more like 4. I've only witnessed my associates play this, so I'm not fully in depth with it. But I know it's at least 4v1. The player that is playing as killer has a various number of characters they can pick from. Some which are originals, some which are tie-ins, and then various levels of survivors. But unlike something like Friday the 13th, the game, where you have industry figures like Tommy, which more or less died on the vine but brought us memes such as California girls dancing, there's more prestige in being a good survivor player that then teaches other players how to become better survivors, or in being an especially elite killer player who then creates new techniques and becomes better at different types of killers to work against different types of players that you would then have to fight against, thus creating a arms race of tech. The better survivors teach players how to become better survivors. The better killers teach the players how to become the better killers. I accidentally rewound the video doing that. Teaches the players how to become better killers, so on and so forth. And then, like that, eternally. Every single meta, it's shifted. It's akin to a form of a non-standard end state, similar to something like PlanetSide. For PlanetSide, you have long-standing factors, and you have your outfits, you have your multi-outfit operational capacities across an entire faction. You have people who are willing to jump faction, both for team building and community building, but also for the purposes of balance. And then the best outfits compete against the other outfits, thus teaching new up-and-coming members, while also existing as a real guild, like any other game, but in the environment of a milsim. Although for most people they do not treat it like a milsim. The only thing that would stop the game from having its growth is the fact that it is really, really, really fucking old. And the interpersonal politics. Just like in any video game. Because if I'm going to play a video game against other people, why would I want to play a multiplayer video game where other people are going to tell me that I'm out of order or out of line with my reaction to something that they've said or done, when literally it is my job on that particular night, by the rule of that officer, by the rule of that officiator, by the rule of the person who's leading the team, that I should have the ability to make calls and plays, and that even if they don't like it, they do have to respect the pecking order. Especially if the person puts in the time and puts in the work. One night, you're a favorite. The next night, you have people who will actively create situations where they will not take accountability for the shit that they say and do, and then pretend that they did not at all do what they did, or said, or had done. The drama is probably the biggest part that pushes people out of games like this. It is annoying enough when you have to deal with it, when what you went there for is one thing, but the open free nature of something like PlanetSide 2 would have you doing things that you wouldn't necessarily want to do. You want to go shoot people in a Call of Duty sim, but you're being killed by probably the best flyer amongst the parent republic. Meanwhile, you have an entire armor column that's pushing against you because you and your lone little squadron, because you want to play by yourself, have to stay to the adherent of who's doing what on a planet. And it just so happens to be that there's a giant controlling factor that's telling everybody to leave the planet that you want to go play on, and then making you go do something else that you don't want to do. It's by no means fun. Add in the concept of Dead by Daylight. A player that wants to play as a killer and have a meaningful, serious, competitive experience fighting against a group of players and actually having to sweat a little bit, not a lot, but a little bit, to have a fun, competitive match against other people, and then shake their hand and say GG afterwards? No hope for that shit. To say that it is unfair that a person could have a 1% chance of being clipped in content and then going viral as the shitter that you're dunking on is normal, but it is a frequent behavioral pattern for all competitive games that have this function, that the most toxic and annoying people doing it are also the most incapable of performing. We've seen this happen live on air when somebody tried to do this to me. You should not be in a game where the second that what you do to others is happening to you, that you turn your lip up and say, no, not me. Because the second you do that, your game is gay, and I don't want to play it. And there are plenty of people who do that in Dead by Daylight. And because of how insular your ability to create a career based around a singular game that you play to sustain your stream becomes, when you choose to go the route of being a non-variety streamer, when a non-variety streamer is bitching to a developer to try to have you silenced and removed, I don't want it. I don't want it. I don't want it. Nobody wants it. Now I gotta find where we were again.
hatch for you to die when you're on friends being tortured. And you forget about how as a survivor, you have to deliberately sacrifice your friends for your own arbitrary view of success. Over time, the element of teamwork takes a backseat to the player's own selfish perspective on what constitutes as a victory. The person who waits on the hatch for you to die when you're on first hook. To preemptively address the argument that Dead by Daylight is just a game, forehead. If you think about it, it isn't even a game. There isn't even a clearly defined win condition. If DBD is a game, then the definition that would be most relevant would be an activity that one engages in for amusement or fun. But if this is the case, why is there a ranking system? If the game were just for fun, then there would be no need to measure any element of skill among players. Why is there even an attempt to have a competitive scene? Behavior rationalizes the arbitrary nature of Dead by Daylight by offering its player base a variety of Skinner boxes to distract them from the game's poor design. Pips, a constantly shifting and changing MMR system, tournaments involving the community's most popular players are examples of this. So with all of this in mind, let's talk about how bad this game is. DBD is historically glitchy, and the gameplay loop is built around exploits.
And that's probably one of the main reasons why I don't play it, because I don't find that fun. I do not, nor will I ever find a game that requires me to exploit something on it entertaining. I don't want it. I don't want it, I don't want to play it, I don't want to do it. If you make me have to fucking exploit in order to, quote, have fun with the game is trash. Bar none. It's trash.
As a matter of fact, the game is so ingrained with glitches that have subsequently been adopted as part of knowing how to play the game well, that people who are new to the game are at a distinct disadvantage that is completely unrelated to perks or skill checks or looping or any of the fundamental design mechanics. There's a learning curve in any game. That's to be expected.
But don't you worry, girlie, you're now in my field of expertise. There is a learning curve, but when you're having to expect people to learn how to play the game based on busted concepts that are not taught to them, and it is in the purview of the players to keep and gatekeep away from them, you do not want to do it. Every single person who watches this stream on the regular has seen me bitch about this effervescently and will continue to hear me complain about it. Because what the fuck do you mean by community if you have people who are actively gatekeeping information from you?
But for new developing players to have to utilize unintentional mechanics to keep a level playing field is a byproduct of poor design. Take body blocking, for example. There are perks explicitly designed to give the survivors the ability to slow down or mitigate a killer's ability to tunnel or relentlessly pursue the players. Body blocking, however, is a way that survivors can exploit the game's collision detection, hitboxes, and attack cooldown of killers to give them an unintended advantage. New players have absolutely no way to know about this because it isn't a designed game mechanic. And as a result, it becomes the standard way to play as a survivor. This is just one quick example, but it's a simple way to show that as you play more and learn more, utilizing the glitches to your advantage becomes part of the experience. To further this point, the game and its competitive balance is built nearly entirely around gimmicks. There are things like slugging, manipulating iframes, camping, 99ing doors and generators, farming, 6-second swapping to hide items in pre-match lobby, juggling survivors for DS. Most of these gimmicks are designed to deliberately circumvent the basic elements of the gameplay loop. 99ing inhibits the ability for killers to chase players, even though completing generators and opening doors is a critical facet of the assigned goals of the gameplay. Slugging deliberately creates a game state in which killers can win by bypassing the design mechanics of being required to hook players 3 times. Slugging also opens up an element of toxicity in the game when used strategically, by literally incentivizing the killer to waste the time of the players. Now, I'm not going to spend all of this time it would take showing why so many of these mechanics are broken and byproducts of exploits. Ask yourself, how much of your game skill is based upon things that aren't even mentioned in the tutorial or any of the game's help dialogues, descriptions? You might be surprised. Now that I've gotten the poor mechanical element out of the way, let's move on to the win condition, or better stated, the lack thereof. First, I want to define the Skinner box. Without going into too much detail, the Skinner box was a famous psychological experiment conducted on animals by B.F. Skinner. This study reveals all kinds of concepts about conditioning, grooming, addiction, the reward system in mammals, and the priority system of how the mind perceives rewards. Pips, kills, escapes, ranks, blood points, prestiges, tomes, perk levels, unlocking survivors and killers, cosmetics. All of these are various Skinner boxes that the game uses to keep its player base busy and feeling rewarded for the gameplay. Come on, Ellie, you might say. These mechanics are in every game on the planet these days.
They shouldn't be. Welcome, Callum. Found out your mom put her diabetes into remission through weight loss and can get off the meds and live normally rather than monitoring her blood sugar constantly. Congratulations! She will soon be able to have no fear walking to a restaurant and say, "Give me a jammy dodger with all the cheese." However, no. Games should not have these mechanics. Having various levels of systems of mechanics is not fun. Multiple levers that you need to pull is not the same thing as having a consistent straight-through system that a person can be able to understand and figure out to then get on top of and ahead of. Example. All of the necessary play to unlock these cards that are in my Joker slots requires me to understand what the game wants me to do. To understand that, I have to go to the Joker slot that it's locked to and then collect it. Now, I don't have to do this anymore because I've already unlocked every Joker in the game, but it's a double unlock system. Thanks, Binding of Isaac! And so I already know what I need to do them. Now what comes next is how to apply them. Asking a person to do more than engaging the system that is inside the game, and when it means system, it doesn't mean abusing bugs. It means the tutorial said this, and it hinted there's other things I could use it with. I discovered one of those things, and it's very clear, and is now written to me now, and I understand the mechanic. I can find and repeat the result multiple times in multiple situations. Now it's about finding those examples when I come across them, and then applying them as a roguelike would. Inside of Dead by Daylight, there should never be an opportunity where the competitive advantage is made better in the favor for or against me by means of a bug or an exploit. Because that destroys competitive balance, and we're no longer talking about a competitive game experience. You might as well be fucking around with your friends. Which is why most people probably have pulled away from Dead by Daylight and have gone into Phasmophobia. You're not competing against other players, you're competing against the jank of the AI of the system. That, what's that other game that horror had me play? Phasmophobia, content warning, it's not Limbus Company that I'm thinking of, it's the other one. The one with the spacesuits with the multitudes of enemies that are like that in content warning. That one's not coming to my mind right now. And various other horror games of the past that were suggested to be played with friends. Demonologist, etc., etc., etc. Horror's on top of it. You can't expect people to like that environment because most people are casual players. Lethal Company. Thank you, Bloodwolf. You can't expect people to want to be in that environment because most people are casual players. By all means, I'm not about to make a person who's casual play competitively on a video game, should they not want to. But when you've come across a fan or a faculty or a clan inside of Toontown Rewritten that act like they are the only ones that have the ability between 9 hours in the morning to 12 hours in the evening, their ability to run a particular type of CEO or building so that they can power farm for their gag tracks, you have to be taking the piss. Like, you just have to be. You just have to be taking the piss. I'm sorry. Like, it's unironically stupid. That's why, and this is something that we talked about in the Game Awards tonight, when Arcane Season 2 finished, and all those players that were going to the game in droves were playing it, there are many games and many companies, that are reporting on it, because we know Riot Games are not going to report on this, that those players came, made the content, and then left League because they don't want to be in there. Because why do they want to play a game where, for support players, for example, one of the hardest roles in the game that literally requires a coach or an aggressive intention to learn from mistakes and look at your after action report, why would they want to play a game where they're constantly being flamed? Because why would you play an enchanter? That's not what's meta when they're in the middle of fucking casual queue in quick play. Most players end up playing fucking ARAM because they don't have to make decisions and choices. It's just about playing and seeing whether or not they can make something work or not. Right now, in the tourism cycle, they are currently fucking playing Marvel Rivals because Marvel Rivals doesn't force people to play role queue. What's that, girl? Role queue is the goddamn cancer that makes every single video game that ever has a competitive scene in the sense that they make you actually have to pick a role. You can't just choose whatever you want. A problem. Oh, you want to play DPS in this game? Too bad. You don't get to play DPS. You get to sit there and watch somebody else play the DPS character you want to play. You're forced to play support because lol, they called it for you. But that's not fair. That's too damn bad! They're not doing that in Marvel Rivals. But when and if they change their mind on that, that will possibly change, and then players that are playing that, like the tourists that they are, they will go from there, just like they did from the finals, just like they did from every other game that they've been floating along the digital wins on, and they will find another game to play, and they will monetize it for all it's worth, and they'll move the fuck on. Except inside of Path of Exile 2. That's just the cycle of variety streamers. Most variety streamers that are not like me, they won't do that. But I don't blame them. They can't find fun when playing something like what I'm currently playing right now. Because they don't like this. They want to have the social experience. I happen to be of the same mindset of them. Because why the fuck would I want to play a game where there is a 1 out of 50 chance that a person who's trying to get into the lobby with me is somebody who I've possibly shat on and or was responsible for getting them banned from the wider coach Discord from things like Broken by Concept.
You can't just call out Dead by Daylight for this. And you would be right. However, instead of clearly defining how to win a game, behavior leaves it up to the player to decide what constitutes a win and a loss, therefore causing the players to create their own Skinner boxes and conditioning themselves to be addicted, therefore never having any reason to stop playing, or even to reach any kind of pinnacle of a goal. Reach rank 1, here's a new MMR system. Fill out your blood web, here's a bigger one. Hit level 50 on the blood web, prestige. Think about this. If there were fewer customization and cosmetic options, would you enjoy this game anywhere near as much? What would the game be if all the cosmetics were taken away? It's been said before that cosmetics are cheap, but content is expensive. The franchise is profitable, an investment. There's no core work to the game because that can't be monetized. It's more cost effective to not have to look objectively and fundamentally to change the game. It's shallow. The only distinction between survivors is their physical appearance. Nothing individual about the makeup of the survivor characters as a whole, because you can mix and match any survivor with any perks or items in any way. There are numerous reward systems in this game that allow the player to metaphorically hook themselves. This is intentional. The game devs themselves have admitted to it in interviews and statements, going as far to tell people to simply not play if they don't like the game, rather than admitting the shortcomings to the game's approach. This dynamic sets up an extremely toxic culture and environment surrounding Dead by Daylight. More on that later. Part 2. Of course, there are veterans who might see this, who have played since the game's release. I've been playing for years, but think about it as a new player coming into the current game state. Think of how overwhelming the perks, killers, survivor tomes, and items were, or could be, when you first encounter them. You're kind of dropped into an already thriving metagame and game structure, utterly clueless. You just kind of run around haphazardly with whatever base perks your character has, and there, before you know it, you're dead. You decide to keep trying to learn, and you watch other people play, and maybe you even make friends through some various communities of the game. However, what you don't realize is that you are baby hours, and you will be for some indeterminate amount of time until the community you've surrounded yourself with decides that you aren't. There are varying estimates onto how long being baby hours lasts, but the general consensus being that baby hours is at least your first 1,000 hours, with some people even saying
1,000? There's no way you're gonna demand that somebody play for a month and a half before they are allowed to actually say, yeah, they've kind of learned the ropes. The fuck? That offends me.
saying that you're still a newbie to the game until you've played for upwards of 2,000 hours. Tons of multiplayer online games have onboarding and a ramp up of skill to be able to be competitive, but Dead by Daylight is different. To put more simply, new players are conditioned to build an internal reward system that is equally as arbitrary as the game's non-existent win condition. This forces the player to rely on external factors, such as the community's validation and in-game Skinner boxes to feel any sense of reward from playing the game. Do you see where I'm going with this? This in turn leaves new players vulnerable to all kinds of toxic behaviors, such as negging, utilizing mildly degrading comments to make people feel inferior to you, grooming, or using methods and tactics to prepare someone else to be emotionally reliant on you.
I do declare, the sound that you're hearing in the background is the emergency test system. I do declare that there is something on that list that is extremely different than the others. I cannot believe that they will actively try to get people to be Discord kittens as a tactic to win a fucking match. I can't. I can't believe that's true. Certainly she's gonna have evidence. I hope. My jungler won't do what I want. I know what I'll do. I'll create a month-long operation and gay up in order to make it seem like he sucked my dick at a party. Then I'll have him canceled on Twitter!
Or even overtly narcissistic behaviors, in which other players who are more established and skilled at the game surround themselves with lesser skilled players to make themselves look better in the game by comparison. New players aren't gonna know the slang of the CJ tag. These are all things that are kind of like an inside joke, right? It further creates and reinforces almost an exclusivity. If you don't understand these ways of speaking of the techs and the strategies, right, you're either seen as baby hours or not in the loop. The game is more of a battle of personal ideologies towards one's own perception of desirable outcomes. This manifests itself in multiple ways in-game as well, because killers can elect to play the game however they want with no set goal or aim. A new player who decides to choose the player that they think looks the coolest could immediately be dropped into a game in which that specific killer may target them simply for their character of choice. Today, I hate Jake mains. Every Jake I see will die first. I will tunnel and kill every Jake I see. They will not play the game because I decided it so. Even though you won't pip from that, if that's how you want to play that day, you win. If the game had more clearly defined goals and objectives, these types of biases would be at worst irrelevant, or at least less common. I remember getting in an argument with my ex about this concept of honor among thieves. This was when a game-breaking bug had been accidentally patched into the game. Maybe you guys will remember this. It was when Wake Up, the Quentin perk, gave all actions a speed increase. And my ex got up on his projecting holy high horse with me and told me that it was immoral for me to use it knowing that it was bugged like that. I saw myself as simply using...
Your boyfriend was objectively correct and is the reason why there is no competitive integrity inside of things. Because abuse commonly, abuse often, and never tell anyone is the reason why most players get fucking banned. You cannot fucking take things like that. You cannot decide that you're just going to break the competitive integrity of a game. Because lol, why should I care? Even in League, a game that I find myself caring less and less and less about as the years go by, I don't do that in that game. Because that's gay. That's gay. If you can't win on your own merits, tough titties. Be a better player. But what we're not gonna do is cheat, because that's cheating. That is blatantly cheating.
Using a perk to my advantage when the devs were the ones responsible for it being there in the first place. There was also a time in which the Killer Legion had a exploit to where you could stack slow mending onto deep wound. Do you guys remember this? If you guys have other examples of game-breaking bugs that gave an advantage to either killers or survivor for a certain amount of time, put your examples in the comments, because I know there have been more. But anyway, I have a video that you can watch on this channel called the 4-minute mend time, where I show it taking literally 4 whole minutes simply to mend. This created an effectively impossible game state for survivors. The entire concept of playing the game ethically or morally just adds another layer of ambiguity and inconsistency to its premise. A homicidal killer versus 4 survivors out to survive. So you'd think that the killer would use anything in the game to kill them, and you'd think that the survivors would use anything in the game to survive. But instead, players get mad at each other for using these things rather than understanding that it's a problem with the game. This problem is so pronounced in the community that some killers literally define themselves as non-toxic killer mains, and they rationalize their game decisions on how what they do will affect how their opponents feel about it. What? There are so many important questions that surround that concept alone. For example, how can you define what is fun for your opponents? How do you create a game state that truly accounts for how your opponents feel? If there's no defined way to win, what is the problem with using perks and killers and items that may go against the spirit of the game? How can you have any sense of reward or accomplishment from the game if you aren't even acting in a way that gives you an idea of what a victory is? Why is attempting to achieve the stated goals of being a killer toxic in the first place? Just a thought. So what's the problem? Why is it bad for communities to form in order to aid new and developing players to the game? Enter behavior. As stated before, behavior has shown no willingness to form any kind of concrete win condition or even objectively desirable outcome for their player base to strive towards. Every achievement met by the player introduces either some new reward system or encourages the player to start the process over again from the beginning. Think about it. How much time have you personally spent simply clicking on the blood web? The only rewards you get are blood points and potentially iridescent shards. These systems provide you with cosmetics and items and perks to use in the game, but what else do they afford you as a player? With no determined win condition, all of these rewards are ultimately arbitrary, ultimately causing the player to seek out the sense of community that the core design of DBD encourages. Herein lies the biggest problem with Dead by Daylight. Many games have active online communities. Very rarely, however, are these communities forcibly formed as a byproduct of the design of the game. Behavior has taken multiple steps since the game's inception to deliberately integrate the game world, largely outside of the framework of the game itself. Before I delve too deeply into this topic, I want to define the term social entropy. Is the idea that social conflict and discord ultimately leads to some form of correction or resolution. You can see this clearly on display with regards to Dead by Daylight by spending 10 minutes in the official Discord or on the Reddit page. The game is constantly shifting in ways that create disdain and frustration within the community. There isn't a day that goes by in which someone isn't rationalizing how the game is unfairly balanced. If you look back on the evolution of the game, you can see a constant pendulum swing between survivors and killers trading power levels. From old school ruin and pop, or the addition of exhaustion, to the original decisive strike for survivors, making breakable walls, taking out pallets and windows. The game is constantly imbalanced in some way, and rather than proactively fixing the core game design that allows skills and perks and killers to be overpowered, behavior reactively nerfs or buffs elements of the game based on almost exclusively upon the amount of social entropy that the game state creates. This puts behavior in a position of great power, one in which the player base is completely reliant on the actions of the developer of the game and their decisions with regards to the direction of the game, and therefore the amount of entropy it creates. This social entropy is bad because when combined with the aforementioned emphasis on community that this game utilizes, it creates a very dangerous real-world dynamic in which people and sometimes entire communities are glorified or vilified.
Well, see, that's because it's not a community then. If you have people being vilified because of the fucking character they play in a game, like you're losing friends over fucking Melee, you motherfuckers were never friends. Certainly many of you already understand that, but I just gotta say it for the people here watching in the back.
Another example of this going into the real world is people remembering who killers are, who tunneled them, 3 months ago, making long-term feuds against other players or streamers, toxic endgame chat, or on the other hand, stream sniping big streamers just for that taste of validation from their chat seeing your name in their players list. It intentionally creates a social hierarchy in which certain people are praised for their societal contributions towards the game culture at large. The most obvious and glaring example of this is the Fog Whisperer program. Through this program, Behavior has established a literal hierarchy of influencers and can define the entire philosophical framework around which they want the game to be perceived by the public. They pay mind to only the amount of clout, attention, and prestige that these people bring to Dead by Daylight, and then turn a blind eye to the ways that some of these people actually engage with the game's community at large. This is not to say that everyone in the Fog Whisperers community is bad. In fact, I'm fond of some of the people in this group. But the greater point that I'm trying to make here is that Behavior establishes a dynamic that promotes the idealization of people who acquiesce to the value systems that the devs deem worthy of praise. On the subject of hierarchy, there's in-game Twitch shirts for players with the right specifications. This proves that Behavior directly influences the public perception of the game, and they want the game to have a meta-narrative that expands beyond the game experience. The ultimate byproduct of this is that smaller communities built around Dead by Daylight are constantly popping up with the pervading notion that they can be equally relevant in the overarching real-world metagame. Take the Entitled Elite, for example. This is a team of DBD streamers who created a social structure that deliberately sits above other streamers, and those people can effectively predetermine who is and is not successful on the Twitch platform.
Oh, damn, what does that sound like? Oh, Lord have mercy, what does that fucking sound like?
It doesn't take much thought to see that this is a dangerous dynamic that allows for corruption, favoritism, and grooming to thrive and propagate. It ultimately creates a trickle-down effect in which many streamers build their own micro-communities with the goal and hope to be picked up by these types of groups. The irony of the self-appointed title aside, there's clearly a deliberate power structure at play here. And again, let me reiterate, this is not designed to call out any specific member of this group. They know me, I know them, we've spent real lifetime together. But I'm asking you, as a viewer, to look at this paradigm from the macro perspective and see the problem holistically. The concept and existence of this kind of community dynamic is a symptom and not the problem itself. When I first picked up DBD, some of the bigger names in the community told me that if I just stuck with DBD, I would get that illustrious checkmark. I created my own Skinner box, and in that sense, DBD was the perfect avenue for it.
Technically, that Skinner box wasn't created by you. That Skinner box was created by Twitch. It's probably the most insidious thing that I've ever seen a company do in the purposes of business, trying to gamify what is literally your fucking livelihood. I don't know if anybody's ever seen these things, but for those that aren't broadcasters, I'm going to show you something that is inherently disgusting. I'm going to go to my analytics page, and I'm going to put it up here. And then I'm going to show you exactly how they convince you to do this. Now, caveat. There are parts of this that are relevant, and then there are parts of this that don't track onto any other game system or any other platform in any serious way. First off, a path to partner. Here's what you need to do in a 30-day period in order to receive a checkmark. Stream for at least 25 hours, easy. Stream at least on 12 different days within a 30-day period, easy. And have an average of 75 viewers on Twitch, which excludes hosts, raids, and embeds. So people have to go to your stream, they have to be there, and they need to watch from beginning to end, kind of. There needs to be enough people so that if a person's logging out of stream to go to their day job, let's say for example Balster, he comes through. He lives in a part of the world that is not on our time schedule. When I am usually awake and broadcasting live, he is going in or he is coming back from work. One or the other. If I'm streaming in the night, it's like when Callum comes through. He goes to sleep. Carl is streaming. I wake up. Carl is streaming. If one person leaves, it should be within this number feed. This is what creates the philosophy of X amount of viewer, X amount of feed, X amount of content creator. That's why we use the word Andy to describe people. Oh, who is he? 0-figure Andy, 1-figure Andy, 2-figure Andy, 3, 4, 5-figure streamer Andy. Andy being another way of saying also Rand, which is really to just say a inconsequential person or number. Then of course the path to affiliate, which in and of itself is the way that they get you. The numbers seem low and easy because the point is to get you to hit that number so that when you logged into the affiliate portal and signed the contract, they now had you under Twitch exclusivity, meaning you could never rebroadcast the same material that you recorded that day in a 24-hour period. That was the intention, of course. If you follow the law and you are under the fear of God, then this doesn't matter. But this is how that works. On the other side of that is, of course, the goals that they kind of give you to understand, hey, here's what's important. You need to build an audience. Here's how you do that. Here's the goal that you want to reach for. And then, of course, it begins. The things that you should do in order to prepare yourself to have the greatest opportunity and the greatest factors possible. But I want you to take a look at what's underneath this. The achievements, air quote, are basically just things that have happened to you. Have 100 viewers at the same time. Raid 100 times with 2 or more raiders. Have 250 viewers watching at the same time. Have 1,000 watching at the same time. Reach 10 average viewers in the last 30 days. Reach 15 average. Reach 2,500,000 total watched hours on your channel. Become a big deal by hitting numbers that are then 500,000 and then a full mil of hours watched. And then 75 regular average viewers. Bleed purple marble. Bleed purple purple. Bleed purple chrome. Which itself comes with an award on completion, which is just a fucking statue. A physical object that they will give you to say, we value you. But unlike YouTube, who sends you the plaque, this is meaningless. Because right behind that, the TwitchCon ticket. All of these is to do one thing and one thing only. Get you to go to TwitchCon. Come to LA, come to Silicon Valley, become a streamer, go to the after party, do party drugs, become associate with all those people who will then make fun of you and or laugh at you because you didn't participate in their stupid fucking cornball game. Woo! Social stigmas! Because all the other things that go alongside this. Why are you trying to get me to treat live streaming like it's a fucking video game on Twitch? Literally, why are you trying to get me to treat my growth experience as a content creator like I'm collecting badges and stamps and achievements in a video game that I bought on Steam? Probably because another streamer was playing it. This gamification of Twitch is the reason why that shit happens. Creating a bigger Skinner box of that to then take advantage of that for the content creator who's then doing that to themselves in a smaller environment is just breeding contempt and the opportunity for resentment and greater catastrophe. You should not have this in the way of the system, because that is a king and maker sister. Words are hard. I can't get lips. Where's my chapstick? Maker. A king maker sister. In that king maester system, if the maesters that decided that you're not good enough said that you won't have a career, you don't get to have a career. It should never be like that.
Little did I know what I was getting myself into. I have personally seen the byproducts of this game's completely broken social dynamics. Just my ability to do a successful flashlight save, well, led me into a relationship with someone who idolized me over it. The fact that, 360s, moonwalking, and flashlights were such a flex that I literally was able to form a partnership with someone through that dynamic when they didn't know anything else about me other than being able to perform a series of button presses accurately is crazy. Why does your ability to play a certain way create clout when that says nothing about your character? I have experienced everything from joining communities of the game to find that it was rampant with groomers looking to prey on young girls. There's no oversight to the sub-communities created as a byproduct of this game, even though behavior created the very streaming communities that bolstered the game's success when it was new. So they piggybacked off the fact that they created the community, but won't take responsibility for what happens in the community because of it. And it doesn't surprise me, honestly, hearing all of these stories of victimized girls on Twitter when I think back and realize that one of the devs literally followed me out of a bar when he knew I was drunk and sexually harassed me. Yes, that happened. It was at a DVD after party that was put together, and this man feigned interest in me, pretending he didn't know what Dead by Daylight was, so pretended to be interested in what I did, and then revealed that he was a dev, trying to, make me feel inferior to him when he knew I was drunk. He then followed me out of the bar, insisting that I go to his hotel room with him, to the point where I had to fake doing something else on my phone to buy time to get an Uber home. Stalked, followed, and harassed by a behavior employee. I've had
And I thought Riot Games was bad.
had big streamers, fog whisperers, actually approach me and their partners attempt to have me join in for sexual acts with them. I've personally met and dated the most horrific person I have ever encountered in my entire life through a Dead by Daylight community. An actual pedophile who was cheating on me with minors and using Dead by Daylight streams and discords to groom and prey on girls who played the game behind my back while he was with me.
I'm sorry, it wasn't just bad enough that you had a fucking member of the development team that was trying to get in your pants? You also had a guy that was using your fucking clout to then hunt other fucking people? Oh! Well, I definitely can't play Dead by Daylight now that I heard that. I definitely can't play it. Not even for fun. I can't even play it for fun. See, sometimes, chat, we're saved when we play our autism simulators. My butt remains unfucked because I like playing with cards and levers. A key.
I won't go into the graphic details of all these scenarios because that isn't the point of this video, but I'm referencing them as proof that this kind of culture exists rampantly through the entirety of the DBD community, the dev team, and the social leaders included. I also know for an absolute fact that these cases are not isolated to only me. This happens all the time. Recently, things have been posted in waves on Twitter with people sharing experiences with this game's community. It is ignored and swept under the rug by behavior. They patently refuse to address any of it, and even though their game dynamic and social engineering is what ultimately created the structures that allow these kind of actions to propagate, this is the dark side that Dead by Daylight has created. Bad game mechanics aside, the entire format of the game is intentionally designed to foster toxicity and social entropy. There's also a reason that no competition ever seems to exist for the game, at least for long. I'm sure, you know, watching this video, you can think of a few games that have tried to compete with it that have failed. Behavior has cornered the market and can cripple any potential competition as a result. Take Home Sweet Home Survive as an example. The game enjoyed relatively decent success when it released, like a decent potential competitor to DBD. However, sure enough, as the game got a degree of traction, Dead by Daylight released the Trickster chapter, and all of the player base from Home Sweet Home effectively disappeared. I'm sure that someone watching this will simply call me a washed up streamer or a hater, gaslighting me. Get good. They'll try to pigeonhole me for some of my toxic behaviors in the past, and I accept that in all commentary. I accept it because I was hooked, just like all of you. This game is programmed and designed to manipulate and control you, and it works. There's a reason that a glorified hide-and-seek game with Freddy Krueger is one of the most popular games in the world. The streamers and the licensed killers are what keep the game alive. It's not even a game. It can't be won. It's a game within a game mentally, but it's a game without a game externally. And when I was told by other streamers that I would be successful if I just stuck with DBD, it was almost an uncontracted promise, right? From big streamers to small streamers to gain success if they just keep the game relevant.
Or, from a platform to its content creation team, if you just stay on here, just trust us, just stay the course, and you will have a career if you do these things and never change and never develop and you never, ever, ever, ever go against us.
Therefore, keeping them relevant as well. They just benefit from small streamers keeping the game alive while they take most of the benefit from it. There's a reason why so many of the original streamers left Dead by Daylight and even have admitted that it's for mental health reasons. Even after they got custom cosmetics in place by the game devs, got early access to share with their communities, etc. Even those people have personally benefited from the game. You can't ignore that subconsciously something gets to them eventually. There have been so many people who said they wanted to leave the game and then just end up coming back to it when their viewer numbers start to drop or the game releases some new map or character content to stay relevant.
Ah yes, the Hassan cycle. He wants to break out and do IRL shit because he's tired of getting his shit pushed in for covering bad news badly. But he can't because if he leaves and stops doing that, then his numbers will drop. So, he has to stay there, and he has to get shit on, and he has to take harassment from other people, because if he doesn't do that, then he's never going to be able to get his shit off the ground.
Not to mention the pandering to whatever is the current social justice issue to keep up a guise of a community-driven development team. It's created by toxic people and it fosters a toxic community. It's the idea of pitting humans against each other. In summary, Dead by Daylight is a fundamentally broken game for many reasons, ranging from bad mechanics and design, a learning curve that conditions players, funneling them into toxic communities, to a power structure throughout the game's community that allows and even encourages predatory actions towards its players. I have personally witnessed friends of mine benefit, gaining partner on Twitch and being able to stream full-time, watching their viewership and their sub numbers soar. It's addicting, and that's why so many small streamers are stuck and trapped in it, because they've seen it work for others. But after years of the repetitive, gruesome playstyle, it has made these streamers that found success through the game tired and want to move on to other things. And only the top of the top streamers have been able to keep a successful streaming career after leaving DBD. People who do manage to leave the game permanently very rarely have good things to say about it. If I ever play the game again, it will be in a custom game of people that all know each other in a non-toxic environment, but there are just so many better games to play. Anyway, I didn't make this video for clout or to try to have some grandiose return or even to get some sort of reciprocity for all the horrible things that have happened to me through this game. I gained a lot of my following through Dead by Daylight, and I think that my community and even the others who don't know me should try to be objective and see a side to this game that often gets laughed off or joked about when there are some serious things that have come from it. I'm tired of being judged by people because I have very real problems that I can point out about everything surrounding Dead by Daylight, and I'm tired of people I care about being hurt by this game and what it creates. If you have any issues with something that I had to say here, take a moment and look at yourself and really think about why you adamantly are trying to defend a game that has already profited off of you and doesn't care about you. It's profited off of you either by thousands of hours of your time, your money, or your emotional turmoil from something that happened some sort of in-game feud that happened months ago. The biggest problem with the community at large is that so many people refuse to see Dead by Daylight for what it actually is, a massive Skinner box that preys on your reward centers in your brain, and rather than creating a feeling of reward for your accomplishments, it funnels you into the depravity of the community that the developers have intentionally created and fostered. It makes false promises of reward and popularity, only to put the player through its own ambiguous, unending, and ultimately destructive loop. Thanks for watching.
So, pretty much relative and just based. Just based, and then uninstalling it live on camera. Based. Now let's see those rape allegations. I should not laugh about that, that's not funny. My cancellation,
I have been getting
a lesson in hypocrisy and virtue signaling. Back when you used to have the better version of Twitter. Cursed Light Mode user. 1 year ago, released on January 7th, 2023. Here we go.
A lot of vitriolic hatred on Twitter is a sign of cancel culture, mob mentality. Including on my birthday, these people have no shame for talking about the Hogwarts Legacy game, specifically trying to say, you know, if you want to play it, then that's your prerogative. They don't know how to debate without using ad hominems, fallacious arguments, that it relies on emotional response and can turn vicious very quickly because the argument doesn't hold up logically. And I'm going to show you why. Today, I'm going to be going over a little bit of history, my own personal history. Okay, so here's my Twitter account. Here's what I posted today. Choosing to play a video game you love from a franchise you've grown up with is reasonable. There are many real evil people who have made things you enjoy. Just take a look at all the people that were on the Epstein flight logs. How many of those people are entertainers? Of course, the big companies that run the world have a very shady history. A little hypocritical, right? I had this person literally subtweeting me. But first, before we do that, I'll show you the tweets that got everyone angry. Should you be held guilty by association for wanting to enjoy a fictional series that you grew up with just because the author doesn't agree with a certain ideology? I got 10,000 views on this. And one of the names that I got called was TERF. And I don't know if you guys know what TERF is. First of all, I understand, like, if I put something on Twitter, that's for everyone to see, right? So there might be some backlash, but the fact that they were being so unbelievably disrespectful to my brother, calling my brother a bigot and a homophobe, and calling me a right-wing conservative TERF or whatever, when I don't even know what those words mean. I made a joke. I made a funny. Oh, how dare I make a joke about newspeak insults. I'm supposed to be extremely insulted when I'm called this thing. Which, by the way, I have found out that TERF stands for, since this all happened, I found out that it means trans exclusionary radical feminist. I do not identify as that, but people are still calling me that, and I will get to the sexual harassment of the devs. That seems like the biggest argument that people are making is that I shouldn't have said it was an ideology. I have my brother on call with me. Hello, brother. So why do you think that these people are upset that I called it an ideology?
I think that it's rooted in this, like, it's not an ideology because it's real, and ideologies are ideas. That's my best guess. But, like, the trans movement is an ideology.
Binary says, I thought TERF was something you established by the strength of your gang. From what I have learned from this is that Twitter is not my turf, you guys. Another argument that people keep giving me is that by saying that someone should be allowed to play this video game, I'm inciting violence. What's the source? People are saying that there's violence against trans people. There's no proof. I worded it as a certain ideology. So what is the definition of an ideology? Anybody? A set of opinions or beliefs of a group or an individual. It is a system of ideas and ideals, especially one which forms the basis of economic or political theory and policy. Keep it to yourself. Just keep quiet. They would love if I shut up. They would love that, wouldn't they?
Like, if
That's more or less the point.
you're telling somebody, play it, but don't tell anybody, that's the same thing as saying, play it.
And that just proves that so many of these people who are virtue signaling about this whole thing, they don't actually care. They don't actually believe this is causing violence to trans people. they're gonna play it and just keep their mouth shut about it. They say that J.K. Rowling's ideas incite violence on the trans community.
Words aren't violence. And it's like, what is it? Correlation does not equal causation, right? So how can you say the Hogwarts game is causing people to be violent? It's ridiculous.
And I am definitely not inciting violence by asking a question or making a joke about playing a video game. And for anyone who's watching this, I am not a transphobe. I do not hate trans people. So
that's not even what phobe means, though.
That is perfectly their choice to live their lives however they want to. Just like it is anyone's choice if they want to play this game or not. And what's crazy is that I don't even own this game. I haven't pre-ordered or anything. I was just asking the question, like, why is it bad to talk about this? Okay, so then there was this. Literally making passive-aggressive calls to action to stop supporting me. And people have been saying that I'm in my own echo chamber. People are saying that they lost me to the right-wing conspiracy theorists, by the way. Thank you, Grams. Thank you. I have 37 mutuals with that person. Come on, man. Come on. You'd rather talk about me behind my back on Twitter than talk to me? See, look, there it is. A DVD streamer turned to reactionary right-wing turf video essayist. It's such a shame that I found a community that actually supports me now. Man. Really pulls on my heartstrings. I responded to this. I said, it's me. They're talking about me. Okay, now we've come to the point of the stream where I talk about the harassment because this guy was there. A lot of my new community might not know Dead by Daylight. Maybe you guys don't play it. I would suggest you don't. But I did for a long time. And I have 2 videos on this actually. First video is how the game is a terrible game mechanically, and also the community is terrible too, and it's a bunch of this. Yeah. And a second video where I go a little bit more into the depravity of the minds of the developers. Okay, so I definitely suggest that you watch those videos, but I'm going to go over it again here, since apparently everyone has seemed to have forgotten what happened that night. Even the people that were there. You know, the reason why they're upset that I've changed, right, is because a few years back I called out the fact
Rape changes a woman.
That someone I met through the Dead by Daylight community was a fan of the playground, as Sydney likes to call it. And he was messing around with underage girls behind my back for a long time. And I have that story on Twitter, if you guys want to read the whole thing. For everyone who's watching this and might be talking crap about me on tweets right now and want to know when I've changed, it was probably then. That was probably the moment I've changed. When I found out that someone I had been with for 3 years was a fan of underage girls. And he was hiding in the Dead by Daylight community. And he met the girls there. He met all the victims there. Not just me. But anyway, let's go back. Let's go back before I knew all of that. Let's go back to when I was a full-time streamer. I got invited to a Dead by Daylight after party. One person who bought me drinks went up to me and was like, hey, you know, what do you do? What do you like to do? And I said, oh, I play this game called Dead by Daylight. I'm a streamer, right? I'm a cosplayer. And then he's like, well, I'm a developer. He is now using authority to flirt with me. Like I said, he bought me liquor. And other people who have since DM'd me, people who are now talking all the crap about me on Twitter, were there at the bar too. The moment when he asked me, do you think I'm attractive? And I said, yeah, I guess so. And he said, okay, because you're like a 3. And I was loud. I was...
Wow. Wow! He tries to come on to you and he has no game! Oh my god. Man thinks that his mid-game makes it able for him to be able to harass women in public. Oh my god, that's crazy! If she was black, he would have stabbed. He would have been stabbed.
Was drunk, and the girls at the bar were like, oh my god, you don't just call a girl a 3. And he's like, wow, now you told everybody, so now you're a 2. Now what am I? Anyway, the night goes on after the bar closes, and I go outside, and I'm like, man, I'm so drunk. I don't have any signal out here. I need to get a cab home, or back to my hotel room. I need to get a cab back to my hotel room. What do I do? Someone, I don't remember who said it, but someone that was in this group of people who were all smoking in a circle said, if you just walk down the road like a mile, you'll get signal. By myself in the middle of Boston at 4 in the morning in the dark because I don't have any phone signal. That sounds very safe, right? I didn't have anybody with me. I was traveling alone. Well, I'm walking a little bit. I noticed that the same dev has been following me. And I was like, what are you doing? And he's like, you should come back to my hotel room with me. And I was like, no, I hardly know you. And you insulted me in front of everybody. And he's like, oh, don't worry about it. It was just a joke. Just gaslight. Let me gaslight you and tell you that you should come back and have sex with me. And I was starting to feel pretty uncomfortable, but I was so drunk, I didn't really know what to do at that point. So I was just kind of on my phone and walking. I was like, no, I don't want to go back to your hotel room with you. And he persisted for that whole mile down the road until eventually I had the signal and I could call a Uber to come pick me up. And so I waited there and he waited with me without knowing that I was getting an Uber. And he persisted. And then all of a sudden a car pulled up and he said, what's this? And I said, this is my ride. Goodbye. Now, this person literally just proves it that he was at the same party with the bar and everyone was intoxicated. But let's say you guys still don't believe me. Let's say that this isn't enough proof for you. I have more. This is a screenshot of my...
Please tell me it's a screenshot of the ticket. Please. Witwix these motherfuckers. Witwix these motherfuckers.
I mod Discord. Things of being an e-girl. You know, I get asked to show my boobalas all the time. So that's a...
Ellie. On April 26, 2019. He came into my stream today. He followed me, boys. Also, next time someone asks to see my tits, I will present them with my milk ducts. Who? Matt from Behavior. Came in. Now I understand what that means. BHVR is behavior. Came into my stream today. The guy who is a dev for Day by Daylight. He wanted me to go back to his hotel at PAX East after rating me as a 3. I was about to say, why the fuck is that in Tinder? You rated you a 3. How does that work? Hey, so you're just a 3. Want to come back to have my hotel and fuck? Yep, it was the big note of the bar that night. All the drunk girls turned into my white knights. It was glorious. I can't believe you told everybody. Now you're a 2. His words.
That's a meme. But this right here is the developer following me on Twitch. Yeah, he followed me on Twitch, came into my stream. Matt from Behavior. I have a picture of him too. There he is. Someone else is in the picture too. I even say to my moderator.
Fuck.
That's a meme. But this right here, the picture too. I even say.
Yep. Fuck. It's always hard to control that. Feast upon your eyes, chat. The face of a man who is desperate for coochie. Be honest. Did you think he was gonna be black or white? We're all surprised. He was Asian. If it was Twitch, it would have been another case of not that Hassan, but of the other Hassan. The Twitch VOD Hassan.
To my moderator that I got more wasted than I have in a long time that night. Once the bar was closed, he followed me outside, walked after me for about a mile until I called an Uber. But wait, there's more. And yes, this is me completely not giving a fuck anymore. I'm gonna bring it all down because what are these people doing except just invalidating my very real things that have happened to me. This is a clip from a really big DVD streamer, and the same developer was in that stream. He laughed about it and the whole chat laughed about it. It was so funny that Matt had the audacity, and they all remembered, so they banned him. They unbanned him pretty quickly. I actually made this clip to prove that this happened and that everyone in that stream that was there confirmed it because it was just so funny. Everyone laugh at Ellie's expense, all right? That's the theme of the day, right? Well, of course, you know, it's incriminating, so why wouldn't they just, you know, delete it? But the clip was there back in 2019. It all comes back to the hip hop.
I would have made the clip because this is where you went wrong. You should have made the clip, downloaded the clip, re-uploaded it using the clip scraper so you could scrape the stream itself, then take the entire stream segment and pull it where it got from. If you did that, they wouldn't have been able to remove it.
Of the fact that I do not go out of my way to say that anyone who plays DBD is a bad person just because the developers are harassers. And there are so many other things that are created by bad people that are considered works of art or whatever. It's really crazy to me that all these Dead by Daylight players are being such virtue signaling hypocrites when I have proof that I was harassed by a developer of their favorite game. You'll notice that my mod there said, well, have you tried talking to HR? I tried reaching out to behavior. I even tried reaching out to the Reddit. And my video got taken down. Yeah, it was something along the lines of like, you only talked about your harassment with the dev for like 2 minutes of the video, and most of the video was just talking bad about the game. How's this, Reddit mods? So, it is obvious that the people who have made their careers with Dead by Daylight, the ones that are saying it's such a shame that they lost me to right-wing turf conspiracy theorists, never gave a shit about me. They didn't care that I was a victim of a fan of the playground. They didn't care that I was actually harassed by a dev because it was from their favorite game. They will instead make me the villain and say, for questioning if people want to play Hogwarts Legacy, I am inciting violence. And quite frankly, I won't stand for that.
Yeah, the whole argument that it's like violence is just absurd to me.
In my opinion, people who use violence like that have never experienced real violence. Yeah, I think that a lot of people in America are just like completely blind. It's like the people in Europe that are literally can't use their own heat, that don't have hot water because of things that are going on. They're all just trapped. They want a virtue signal so bad because they don't want to be called out for their hypocritical behavior. And then of course, you know, I get harassed in this way online, but it's not going to break me. And I'm not going to stop fighting the good fight.
Things have been done to you that weren't physically violent, but were more imposing than anything that J.K. Rowling has done to any individual. They all support Dead by Daylight when it was one of the creators of the game that did this.
People are trying to say that I'm no longer an ally, that they're taking away my LGBT card now. Yeah, I don't need to be defined by my sexuality, thanks. It's called cry bullying, whining, crying, throwing a fit while they punch you in the face. Thank you for the super chat.
They want to be able to whine and cry like they're victims while they're throwing blows at people. Ask yourself, would you be okay with that happening to a family member of yours? If you knew that your sister, I don't know if you have a sister or not, went somewhere to go as for a career, like this was for her career because she was a streamer and she was trying to network in this community, and she drank some because some guy bought her drinks, and in that same process tried to follow her.
Yeah, that's true. What if I had not?
I would crash out immediately. Sometimes I might not see eye to eye with my relatives. Lord knows we have heard me feud with my own parent in the other room, despite it being my job to ensure she's taken care of. But the speed at which I would run in these fucking skinny jeans to that fucking bar to 2-foot drop kick a motherfucker like my name is Carter Grayson, Lightspeed Rescue Ranger Red, I will not regret it as I'm going home in a fucking police car that night. Because that's what my job is.
Not been able to get any signal.
Of course, I'd probably get there after she started gouging his throat out because, you know, nails. We scrap in this family.
But if I had not been able to get an Uber home, how long would he have followed me? How much would he have persisted? He knew how drunk I was. Like I told you, I was so drunk that night, I was afraid of getting sick inside of the car once I got picked up.
You know, you can argue Ellie shouldn't have gotten drunk, but it was a social event, and there's nothing wrong with drinking at a social event. Everybody drinks too much every now and then. That doesn't justify people trying to prey on her or take advantage of her. You're not gonna do that in public when you're surrounded by people, so he waited until he had a chance to get her isolated. Like, you can't rationalize someone doing this. If she says no or she walks away, leave it alone, that's fine. But when you pursue her because she's drunk and try to isolate her, that's a totally different thing.
It's predatory. He was predatory with me that night. And yes, the community enables grooming. It does. I was groomed by that community in a lot of ways, not just sexually, but I was manipulated and gaslit by people who are of higher caliber because they had more followers than me.
There have been so many heinous, perverted, terrible people that have come out of this Dead by Daylight community.
It was the developer of this game, so are you gonna stop playing Dead by Daylight? No. Is, you know, J.K. Rowling creating this world, why are you going to, like, say that they're terrible people for playing this game and it incites violence when you're gonna play a game that, like, the developer literally harassed me in a sexual way? Like, how, like, it's the hypocrisy.
Yeah, there's so many issues here to even, I mean, you can isolate them or you can look at them all together. You know, the fact that the dev did it is bad enough, but the fact that the community that supposedly supports women and supports trans people and supports all this stuff.
And I talk about this in the devs, from the devs to the dating sim video too, by the way. But like, basically the streamer who had 400 viewers played my video, the first one, A Blight on Humanity, to his community, and they all just talked so much crap about me, gave him free content. He was making lots of money, basically making fun of me. I was streaming at the time too. Someone came over to my stream and was like, this is happening. And Zach went over to his stream on my behalf, and they destroyed him too.
He called me on Discord. He called me a fan of the playground.
Yeah, I know.
The straight nerve. Yeah, he straight up called me that.
He said, you're saying that there are groomers and fans of the playground and DBD. How do we know that you're not one?
That's the most ridiculous argument ever. The fact that he just overtly called me that in front of hundreds of people. He basically view farmed me, where he kept running the argument into this circle. It was like this cyclical argument over and over. And then what happened is he was shaming me because I wouldn't tell Ellie's story like she's talking now on his stream, so he got the content for it. It's not my story to tell.
And I haven't really talked about it until now because there are a lot of people that might see their names in this video that were involved that won't be too happy that I made it public. But what are you gonna do? I don't care anymore. You can either accept the fact that I was harassed that night, or you can shut up.
The left wants to talk about being a safe space for women. Clearly it's not. You know, all we saw is that people that are quote unquote on there for women are just using these stories to get clout and to view farm.
Yep. Like, facts. There's not any much thing that I can really jump in and criticize with. But we're gonna finish. But god, the levels of not playing this game that I'm on right now.
And another thing happened to me that night too, when another person who's really famous in that community tried to get me into a three-way sexual relationship. It just proves that that community is very predatory in a way. I started getting called a bigot and a homophobe because I'm trying to say, like, don't guilt people if they want to play a game. I don't even own the game. I haven't pre-owned the game. I just have people that want to play it that are afraid to say they want to play it because of stuff like this. And I was like, whatever. I'm like, I'll ask, like, why is it such a big deal to want to play this Hogwarts game? And apparently that is a very much a bigger deal than any sexual harassment I've experienced. Apparently that's where we're at, chat. That's where we're at in this life. Someone who is literally there is trying to say it wasn't true. Of course.
Yes.
I mean, what else are they gonna do? There were lots of people at the bar who heard the dev talking to me and buy me drinks. There were so many people who were there that night, but none of them care about me. They just don't care about me. And they're trying to guilt me and destroy my reputation by saying that I don't have empathy and that I don't care about trans people, when that's what's not true. I do have empathy. I have a lot of empathy. And I'll say it again, I don't hate trans people. The only thing that I don't like is people fake virtue signaling for no reason to try to make me into a villain and literally subtweeting me, quote tweeting me, telling people to unfollow me and not support me because I am some sort of inciter of violence. Of course I don't want anyone to have violence against them, but that also means that I don't want any vitriol and violence against me.
You cannot say that what they do causes violence. You could say that people who have hatred in their hearts towards trans people commit violence toward them. But until there's an exact connection between a bad actor committing violence against trans people and J.K. Rowling's statements or her supporting them or something, you can't make that connection.
Why is my experience any less important? It really does feel nice to get it off my chest, that's for sure. But I really am happy that I have a YouTube community now that supports me and sees through this craziness. And I look back on it and it really was pretty scary that I had been groomed up to that point to think that it was funny. To think
you keep saying that word. I wouldn't say that you were groomed. Grooming is not what they tried to do to you. I can't when you say that. You weren't groomed, if that's the word you're going for. You were lulled into a lower sense of security, but you weren't groomed.
That it was just a joke. This guy like followed me out of the bar and like asked me to have sex with him multiple times and to come back to his hotel room with him. Oh my god, what a loser. When really I was in danger. And behavior obviously doesn't care. I tried to speak to them personally multiple times about this. I didn't necessarily even want to make it public because I wanted to prove that, like, no, I'm not trying to just like get clout from this. I'm really not. It's just something that is messed up. I want to talk to somebody about it, but behavior ignored me and the Reddit mods shut me down. So here it is. And this will be the last I talk about it.
But yeah, I mean, they virtue signal so hard, but then a woman shows potential victimhood of herself, and it's like, because she didn't have the right views about J.K. Rowling, now she's, you know, oh, too bad, she can deal with it. How can you say that you're an ally, you know, unless you're just saying that women aren't part of that? Like, everyone's protected now except women.
My harassment no longer matters at all. The fact that I was a victim of a fan of the playground for 3 years no longer matters because I asked if it was okay to play a Hogwarts game.
Yeah, Rowling is a perfect example of like being the queen until you say the wrong thing and then you're thrown to the gutter. You ever looked at Scientology's disconnection policy?
What happened to Ellie? It's such a shame. People are saying, oh, she's making these weird videos now. What do you mean weird videos? You know, exposing the corruption of e-girls? It's so bizarre.
There was a tweet that was in there was like, I was digging through all of her old posts to find where the flip happened. Like, what? like between these two tweets, I decided that my political views changed, guys, and this tweet is indicative of, like, what is it? What are you trying to do, man? Like,
the flip when I became a TERF. I'm not a radical trans exclusionary radical feminist or whatever. I didn't even know what that word meant, dude. Why are you calling me things that I don't even know what they mean? That's newspeak. That's literally Orwellian. It's only a game. Why you have to be mad? I don't have to be mad. I mean, I'm not gonna pretend that, you know, my harassment being invalidated doesn't hurt. But that's the thing, they don't care. They don't care if they hurt my feelings. How could I expect bystanders to do anything, right? Especially retroactively. What would I expect from such individuals? So yeah, I don't know what's gonna happen going forward with this video, knowing what has happened so far.
Apparently nothing happened, which is tragically worse.
That probably means nothing's gonna happen. But I just wanted to share with my new community why I am getting absolutely lambasted on Twitter. That's why. If you are new to this stream, make sure that you subscribe. And please go follow me on that site because man, oh man, it's wild over there. Go watch Dead by Daylight, a blight on humanity designed to hook you, and Depravity by Daylight from the devs to the dating sim. Go check it out after this video. Good night, everybody. See you later.
What a nice lady. Clap and a half. I suppose horror. Alright. Now for the one that I really wanted to crack my knuckles into. It seems that Coconut is about to fall off the branch. Fresh and Fit. Good old Fresh and Fit. They're gonna have a breakup soon. He's gonna leave. He's gonna leave and he's gonna take the kids with him. Because Coconut's tired of this shit.
The problem is, bros, that like sponsors don't want it, companies don't want it, platforms don't want it. So at some point, you can be in the corner by yourself.
Walter, I promise you I got a chair for you whenever you are ready to get into it. He's getting tired of the madness, and I've been signaling this from a couple of months ago now, but he is totally sick of having these same humdrum conversations. He wants to get into the real meat and potatoes, and he's questioning the questioner himself, Myron, as to why they continue to do these things that they do. Look, I'm glad that not only is Fresh starting to wake up, but other people are starting to see that the nonsense that the Red Pill community has brought into his life and our lives was totally unnecessary. Like, there's a way to talk about the truth in which they once started without doing this whole spiel about, you know, Jews, Muslims, Christians, and it's honestly ridiculous. And I'm glad somebody's calling it out. And the call is actually coming from at least part of the house. It might be the basement, it might not be the attic, but at least it's coming from inside the house. But for some reason, Walter is still tethered to Myron at the hip, you know, like a baby that's in the mall connected to his mom's hip or whatever the case may be. He can only go but so far without him, or until he gets pulled back by this invisible chain that he's got on. But every time Myron goes off the deep end, Walter is there, but he is so not present, it's ridiculous.
Every single time. He's just fucking stone-faced. Every single fucking time. He's going off about whatever the fuck he wants to say. And every time. It's hilarious.
Every issue, every ailment in society, you could tie it back to fucking feminism.
Also, for those who had any context that witnessed this and didn't know where this is from, this was from the particular episode where after they got banned off of Twitch, that he started screaming, doing the fucking Andrew Tate Matrix bullshit.
Every single one. Feminism. Who pushed feminism? Who's Gloria Steinem, etc. Who puts homosexuality? See, these are the conversations they don't want you to hear. I'm not biting my tongue for no fucking niggas, Asians, Pajeets, stinky Indians, that shit. Blacks, Arabs, even Arabs, I criticize them. I'm not biting my tongue. I call it like it is. Facts are facts, regardless of who says them.
I just want to say, I love all my Jew friends. I love Jews. I love everybody. And I don't hate nobody.
And all Walter can do in these situations where Myron goes off on these tirades is sit there like a dun-dum and wonder why we can't get back to the root cause of our coalition, helping actual men and their desires. But that's because Myron has never had those true intentions. The Red Pill community doesn't have those true intentions. Anybody labeling themselves with these identities doesn't have those true intentions. It's about grifting. It's about making the most money possible. And it's also about hurting people and putting out hate speech. Walter, I kind of feel for you at this point because the guy that you've tied yourself to is literally saying stuff that is anti-you. I remember when he got mad at Drewski for doing the skit and he had put out something that said, yo, this fat loser wifed up a H04 or 305, whatever the
Back when he was talking about how he apparently knocked up that woman who was trying to grift and say that she was being abused by them. Yep.
call whores nowadays, and then he's parading around the internet, and all I could think to myself was, wait a minute, isn't that your co-host?
No one thought he could pull her, right? So to him just doing that, make conversation happen. And look, I get it. It's not RP or like the best move in this space, but for what he's doing, bro, it gave him hella promotion and content. And listen, everyone commented on it.
But it's negative. For him, they were like roasting him for being a sucker, and they were roasting her for being a 304. Like for her, she don't mind the bad press because it is what it is.
Yeah.
Walter and Myron have gotten so far off the deep end, even from when we first found them. Their stuff is so much more different that I don't even think they will recognize themselves if you took them back to their beginning stages. Because none of this content has anything to do with male improvement.
Bro, reparations are for okay? Black people need to just stop being lazy. You're not gonna get a fucking handout, okay? We're not gonna give you your fucking reparations because guess who's gonna have to pay for that? The middle class is gonna have to pay for it.
Yes.
Now, let's keep it 1,000. You just get your reparations. What you gonna do with it? You gonna buy a bunch of some Jordans, some fucking drugs, some weed.
They're gonna buy some weed.
Yeah.
Yo,
yeah.
what good,
You gonna buy some Fendi. You gonna buy some bullshit.
Buy some guns.
You gonna buy some guns.
Rob
like, yeah. Like you're gonna spend the money and invest.
Go back to jail.
Majority are gonna do criminal shit.
Literally, all he does is go on the internet, rage bait, and make comments about things that have nothing to do with him, and honestly, things that he wouldn't normally care about, but just in order to keep his name circulating in the media, he puts out a tweet in order to hate on some of the things that people are doing.
Wait, do you want a real answer?
What's the correct?
Or no?
Do tell, please. If you want to, do tell. We here all day. Hurry up, cause I'm here.
You know I'm light of fire, right? Yo, Myron, that's that guy. What's the?
No, not do that.
That's the only one I don't like. That's it.
Don't.
He already puts my name
You
in his mouth.
you just get a week of content.
That's fine. You wanted me to be honest. I'll be honest.
I feel like he has nothing but people on the internet in his community to sit around, search his name all day, and just react to the things that he says or the things that he does or people mentioning him or just any sort of content out there that'll get the clicks and views.
More or less. It's probably the most annoying and grating thing about Fresh and Fit, both watching them and seeing them just fail at the fundamental point of what is our job. Just every single time. Failure, 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 failure. It's unfunny. It's not cute. It's lame as shit. Makes me sick of watching it. Because they don't learn from their outcomes. They don't learn from a single fucking thing they say and do.
I agree with Agent. Literally, I would not be surprised if the official Fresh and Fit YouTube account comes in the comment section of this video because they literally search out for these types of things in order to keep themselves relevant. But the only reason why they are still around to this day is because, one, I ain't gonna lie. It's a guaranteed 4 out of 10 at the worst. But 2, because people bring his name up, Walter's name up, and the rest of the dumbass community up.
That's just so
No one watches female streamers or female.
They're not interesting.
Look, no one gives a about female streamers or content creators, and the reason why no one gives a is because you bimbos are stupid. You have no life experience to draw from. You're not relatable. You're not interesting. You're not funny because your entire existence was predicated on you being a female having so therefore you never had to actually develop any character or characteristics or become interesting or witty or charismatic or charming. So therefore, that is why nobody watches you guys.
Mind you, the same thing can be said about Myron in these situations. Nobody's interested in you as a person. You're not relatable. You don't give good advice. Literally, people are watching you to crash out at this point. They're watching to see the extreme things that you do, and they're watching to hate on you when you feel like it's pertinent for you to give your 2 cents on any situations. Just like when Kai got a girlfriend. Myron spent a good portion of this year hating on AMP when literally the only tie that he has with them is through Agent. But Agent so long ago put off any sort of content or interaction with Myron since the playback channel ended and stopped making videos back in early January of this year. It makes no sense why he would continue to attach his name to Agent other than he knows it's a way to get a clip off. He knows it's a way to farm something. He knows it's a way to get engagement.
I'm so sorry.
And that's fucking gay. That's so fucking gay. And most of them know it.
For speaking to you that way.
He got.
W press.
What you about to do, bro? Listen, bro.
These are the people that talk about us. These are the people that make endless hit pieces on us. Losers like this is who people watch and look up to and aspire to be. This dude flew this mid chick out, gets in a grocery store. She's a nobody. Like, bro, you got a bunch of followers. Have some dignity. You're from the same part of the world as me. Women don't talk to us like that. Are you crazy?
That right there just shows so much of what he purports to be, but it's not.
And this dude got a nerve to say, yo, this guy fresh as cat. Look, man, I know Fresh is ugly, but he's not no like that.
Hey, man.
Like that's fucking crazy, bro.
I ain't that ugly.
This is getting to the point where he would even lie, contradict himself, or just plain misrepresent the situations at hand. Like when Agent bought a whole car and put it on stream, he said maybe he should be showing people how to build wealth generationally, buy houses, etc., etc. But Agent has a plethora of videos on multiple channels where he talks about buying houses, what that can do for the different generations. He's talked about investments before. He's talked about male improvement more than the channel dedicated to male improvement, Fresh and Fit. And hell, all in 2024. And no, it's not some superficial things. It's the things that Myron himself even values. That's why he's calling for Agent to do it. It's just senseless. Like, they've gone away from doing what they could do, what they normally do, because it doesn't work anymore, and have become a monkey reaction channel. It's stupid as fuck. One new trick and trait that Myron has picked up this year is dumping on any and everybody who gets into a relationship. If you're famous and you show a girl on stream, then Myron is going to dump on you. Now, everybody was doing it when Travis Hunter revealed his girlfriend and all the situations and circumstances that
I am so tired of hearing about Travis fucking Hunter. Listen. Most of the men in the NBA, in the NFL, in the NHL, they all have white girlfriends. Because they went to colleges like Ole Miss, where those girls were told, you go to high school and you go to college for a degree and a husband. Okay? I'm so tired of it. She goes to parties, she grinds up on a motherfucker, and every single time it's Travis Hunter crash outs, when he's hearing the ghost of fucking OJ telling him, these gloves didn't fit me because they were made for you. It's so fucking gay. It is so fucking gay beyond belief. Please, end it. Fucking end it.
that came out, which, hey, there's advice out there. I'm not gonna dissect and criticize who was right, wrong, or indifferent, because I know I got my video off. But then when I Show Speed, one of the people who's had the best year out of anybody in 2024, came on stream and revealed that he too had a girl.
That he had a girl, and then the clip went viral where she's like, keep it cute. I don't want to kiss you on stream. Yeah, you can't do that. You can't do that in the streaming world. Nope, you can't do that. Curb your man on camera, he's getting clowned for the rest of his career. Curb your man on camera, he's getting clowned on camera for the rest of his career. Because no one's ever gonna let it go. It'd be like, your woman doesn't really love you. How do you know? Because she wouldn't kiss you on camera. She wouldn't give you that. That means that she's cheating on you with multiple people. She's cheating you at work right now. She's cheating when she goes out to the club. You need to be in the same fucking pit as Travis Hunter. Gay. This also, by the way, shouldn't be content that you put on camera. This shouldn't be shit that goes viral, and it shouldn't be the kind of content that you should be producing on Twitch. I don't like the Kai Cenat formula. I would rather him waste money on making his fucking streaming room into a set piece so that he can play Elden Ring than him and Speed live in the mansion, spending millions and millions of dollars to try and crack advertiser numbers and feed numbers and hype train numbers to compete against other content creators with other audiences that are large enough to do so. And it all just be based on high school level drama shit. Nigga, if I wanted to watch drama like that, I'd watch Degrassi and One Tree Hill.
Girlfriend, Myron took this as an opportunity to dissect the content, wait for the moment in which he could make a clip out of it, and go as hard as possible.
No, like, it's like right there.
You gonna kiss me on camera? Keep it cute.
Now, did Speed get curved here? Yeah. Was it for a bit? Most likely. Myron, stop watching this. Get back to male self-improvement and male health, and don't worry about these guys that you can get the clip off of.
Fresh is my friend. I'm a ride or die. It doesn't matter what's going on. I'm gonna stay by my friend. I have $6 million in real estate, so I can say whatever the hell I want. Yeah. Oh, you SpongeBob motherfucker. Oh, how the mediocre have fallen. The downfall of Fresh and Fit honestly needs to be studied, right? So I've been watching their downfall through Abba and Preach. I don't know if you guys know who that is. Go check them out. But the way Fresh and Fit just straight up ruined their own career on YouTube is just amazing to me, bro. It's like at the beginning, like I used to watch Fresh and Fit, like I see the clips and I'd be like, you know what? They got some good points, right? They're making some pretty good points. But then you start to realize, like, it starts to get repetitive. Like, they're saying the same things every night, right? It's like, y'all don't got anything else to say. Like, they'll just bring on dumbass bimbos from Instagram and just like yell at them and basically lecture them every night. I'm like, okay, it was interesting the first couple of times, right? Maybe do it once a week, but like every night, y'all don't get tired of this? Like that man's blood pressure is high as hell, I bet.
Even the people that were watching the content at one point in time are now getting tired of Fresh and Fit, and they're putting new faces and places into that manosphere that they'll watch the content of. Now, ultimately, I don't think you should be watching that type of content anyway. You should go out and live your real life, but it's a good thing that they are taking at least these two bozos out of their algorithm and replacing them with people who are probably more sane than these guys.
Yes, the Carl position.
Maybe what's happening today to them will help expedite the process of getting them off the internet. Lately, they got sued by Rockstar Games, you know, the people that make GTA, for using the same imagery to promote some of their stuff. Now, I've seen a lot of people take on the whole GTA aesthetic and make artwork out of it. And usually Rockstar Games or any other, you know, video game platform doesn't take too much issue with those situations, but these guys took it straight to the heart.
A black civil rights defense fund that contacted Rockstar Games.
What happened is
you want to keep clowning on it? Because online he be doing some wild stuff about, he constantly speaks poorly about black people, calls them the N-word, monkeys, everything you can imagine. He does it every day. And I always said, you keep poking the bear, you gonna hit the wrong hornet's nest eventually. That's just inevitable.
You pissed off X amount of people, and then that's what happened. That person, that Arthur Watkins, basically he warned Myron a couple of times, saying that, hey, you know what, I don't like the way you talk about us, I don't like the way you talk about women, black women, especially black men, I don't like the way you do all this stuff, but there's not so much I could do about that. But what I can do, I will do.
One thing I will say that's come out of this last 4-year stretch of content, of social zeitgeist, you know, things that are going on in the ethos, is that a lot of the grifters have got out of here. And because the red pill community was predominantly made of grifters, it is amazing to see that a lot of them are now having to shift their content, and the only ones left is this nagging tooth that is Fresh and Fit. Think about it. Wes Watson's not important anymore. Just Pearly Things has all but evaporated off.
Well, the problem with Pearl is that Pearl has learned how to take pictures. Pearl's different. Pearl's trying to find a husband. Pearl is trying to Ventimax right now. She knows that she needs to find a man. She knows that her time in the field is going to be warranted based on how she has shit. Because she has the ability to be attractive enough. She knows that she needs to look smacks. So she's going to. She can't keep getting banned like everybody else. She at least has a headhunter head. She knows that she needs to get money. She knows that she needs to get platformed. She can't get platformed. She's getting banned off of platforms. So she's going to do what's smart. She's going to do what's smart. Because she's not dumb. She's not dumb. Her takes are dumb, but she's not dumb. She knows the shit that she says is illegitimate. Oh, here we go. Let's see if I can float that.
Off Earth, Sneeko has did a whole 180 pivot and is going back to school even. The only major players that are left is Fresh and Fit. Kevin Samuels is even in the ground. So as soon as Fresh and Fit get off the platform, I think we'll be totally rid of the toxic red pill community, which is impressive because how big and influential they were is so crazy for them to only have that 4-year stretch. Round of applause to everybody for getting smarter. I'm so proud of you guys.
Kappa. I want to see Coconut. I want to see Coconut move. I want to see Coconut move. I got another one for you.
I try to convince Myron Gaines that
this one happens to come from another person's channel entirely, one of the ones that he just referenced in that same clip.
he wasn't all Caucasian.
Fresh and Fit's breakup coming sooner than you think. It's Myron's fault. Poetic Flaco. Or excuse me, Flaco.
Male. But he called me a fatty liar, alright? I try to convince Myron, bruh, that the path that he was going on, trying to be Nick Fuentes, is going to end very badly for him. He didn't believe me though, bruh, alright? He calls us sensitive. See, as somebody who was once invested into the success of Fresh and Fit, I try to give Myron good advice on this channel. I told him, hey, bruh, this path you're going down is only going to lead to you having a lot more issues paying your bills. You see, I want Fresh and Fit to win because I'm actually really good friends with Fresh. I love Fresh. I feel like Fresh is a good person who is paired with the second comment of the failed art student. My good advice to Myron actually got me cussed out on his Twitter. So Myron woke up at 3 a.m. his time, and he went ahead and said a lot of idiots like Poetic Flaco, me, and Alba and Preach are saying I'm wrong for defending Nick's rights to defend himself from the Mace incident of the intruder at his own home. So let me teach your fat something, Flaco. In defense of Nick Fuentes, Myron went off on me because I said that I think Nick Fuentes attacking a woman who knocked on his door was a little excessive, and he's probably going to get, I don't know, some punishment.
Aggressive force charges. If he doesn't serve time in jail, he's gonna have to register.
Rather, it's a fine, probation. He's gonna get something. He's not gonna get off scotch-free. Myron went off on me. Now, here's the thing. I don't even care about Nick Fuentes' legal situation, nor do I give a damn. This is just another example of Myron bending over backwards and then overextending himself to be ingratiated into the circle of white supremacy. I actually told Myron that regardless of what friendship you think you have or built, these people don't like you. These people don't believe that your kind should even exist. These people don't believe that you deserve to be in this country. They don't want your kind. These people said that an idle America is an America with all whites, Myron. Fresh understands this, which is why Fresh has been pretty consistent about getting away from the controversial nonsense, getting away from the JQ, getting away from calling Indians names, getting away from calling black folks a hard ER. He's been saying, Brett, let's go back to what we got famous for, which is doing male and female relationship dynamics and hosting that on our podcast. This other stuff only benefits these white supremacists who are only shucking up to you to use your platform to spread whatever their agenda is. Myron, on the other hand, will go against the man who he built a multi-million-dollar business with to cozy up to white dudes like Jake Shields. And that was pretty evident during the Jake Shields and Fresh and Fit podcast, when Fresh would essentially lay it all out there and as to why the path that Myron and Jake Shields and Nick Fuentes, the path that they're going on is nonsense, and it doesn't serve Fresh and Fit not one bit, and why he believes they should stay clear of it.
But you don't like the controversial content that much, huh? Cost money is the problem.
There's no point to it.
Costs money. I mean, it's.
Listen, I'm all for the truth, but like reality speaking, once it gets shut down, no one cares.
Yeah, I know it's tough because like
they're gonna shut you down at some point.
Stuff gets banned and stuff, so it's
I'll put you in a
tough.
corner.
It's, it's like what I enjoy speaking about. It's hard to get sponsors. Stuff starts getting pulled, and like I said, I like to talk to all kinds of extremist content, not like, but people don't like that.
The problem is, bro, is that like sponsors don't want it, companies don't want it, platforms don't want it. So at some point, you're gonna be in a corner by yourself.
Or we'll change the landscape and people will start having these conversations across aisles.
These people are dumb. This is not a situation where these people are fighting for the truth. They're fighting to save mankind. No.
Well, it depends. Whose truth are you fighting for? Because they're fighting for the truth of the people who are the downtrodden and the unheard. They're trying to get people who have never felt power in any simplistic way, in any conventional or conventional means, to be able to be heard. That's all they care about. That's it. That is the level from which they come from. That is the level from which they be from. They do not care in any other capacity other than that. Anything else than that, completely out of their viewpoint. Not on their regard. Not even close. I need to convert these threes.
Oh, these people, especially Myron has said from his own mouth, he wants the right to be able to call black people the hard ER, call Indian names, call, Jewish people names. He wants the right to do so because, he wants to make society suffer. That right there is their mission, all right? To make society less sensitive by spewing racial slurs all across these platforms. So first off, nobody is gonna want to deal with that, bro. Right, when you are on a platform, you profit and you are ran through advertisers. You think advertisers is gonna really want somebody like Myron or Jake Shields on their platform for too long? Now, Elon is trying his best to keep them on the platform, bro, and run Twitter and make it profitable. So that's why other platforms like Instagram and others, bro, just say, hey, bro, y'all gotta go. Now, I'm not for deplatforming, but even I would admit, bro, that somebody waking up one day and with the sole purpose of I'm going to make content where I say racial slurs as much as possible to test this free speech element, it's like, bro, you gotta go, bro. And Fresh is saying, listen, even if we say, all right, bro, we all agree on free speech, why do we have to test the limits? Why do we have to say racial slurs every time? Why do we have to put the stake of our multi-million-dollar business and our platform at risk? Especially when people that we're, in collusion with, the Nick Fuentes, the Jake Shields, they don't even like us. So Fresh is really trying to break that down to Jake Shield and Myron, bruh. More specifically for Myron. Listen, if we take this path where we are in cahoots with the Nick Fuentes and the Jake Shields, bruh, all that's gonna do is force us to the corner of the internet like Rumble and these other platforms where there's no consumers and there's no audience that we're essentially speaking into.
Well, that's not necessarily true either. Odyssey and Rumble does have the opportunity, but the problem is that they also need to exist in the main space. The problem isn't getting pushed off into a corner onto this site or this site or this site. It's that nobody can be able to see you or hear you in the places that are actually relevant for you to speak up and be heard or seen. No one's going to be able to see your take. No one's even going to be able to be aware of it, except somebody will have mentioned it as an offhanded piece of content that they will then talk about on their platform, on the site where everybody else actually is. You're going to be over in the equivalent of the Internet Speaker's Corner, but you can't leave that corner, and everybody else laughing, giggling, kikiing, and all of them are doing it without you. That's the problem. That's what he wants to change. He does not care about any of that other shit. Because all of that other shit doesn't fucking matter at the end of the goddamn day. If there is no keeping shit 100% copacetic. First hand drawn face down. That's a lot of twos.
To the win. Now, Fresh uses their own logic against them. These dudes love to say that the system is rigged, everything is already destined, one group runs the world. Well, Fresh then tells them, okay, if the fate is already destined, then why exactly are we ruining our platform?
Well, the book was written they win at the end of the day. So you can't beat those people. Just
Things
saying.
can change.
They're gonna win.
I'm not so sure. Been playing for 100 years, but I'm
Look what's happening over there.
Fast, yeah.
And they'll sit there and say, "Oh yeah, hateful content," and I'm like, "Wait, hold on one sec, bro. Hate speech is still free speech. Like, even though you might not like it, but hate speech is generally regarded as free speech."
People forget, Elon is on Trump's team, right?
Yeah.
Who's Trump's team?
Israel.
It's like the dots are there. If you don't see it now, it's coming.
Fresh being the only adult in that room with a brain that's fully developed and a functioning IQ is able to predict what's happening. And he's telling Myron, bro, we have a business to run. We have employees, bro. It's not worth it for us to go on this weird crusade where we're purposely saying hate speech just to prove a point. Bro, we're not listen, bro, Nick Fuentes don't got employees to worry about, bro. Nick Fuentes is in his mom's basement spewing hatred. Jay Shields got nothing to lose. We got all to lose. We just got a multi-million-dollar facility right before we got demonetized on YouTube. We have to keep every avenue of revenue that we have right now. So Fresh is saying, listen, if you are on Twitter or you're on these various platforms, going off on the JQ, going off on black people, going off on Indians, going off on Hispanics, going off on LGBTQ, you're going off on every group of people, purposefully. Trying to push the line, trying to teeter around that edge of cancelability, and you're doing so at our expense, and it's not cool. Well, Fresh got called all type of sellouts, Fresh got called all type of, everything, right? Even Jake Shields made a particular Twitter post that I thought was grimy and slimy, saying that Fresh was speaking up against free speech. It's just nonsense, right? But free speech isn't pay speech, right? So, and that's the thing they have to understand. You could have free speech, you could be able to use the platform, but you are not entitled to get paid for your hate speech, and that's what they don't understand. Myron ignored everything that Fresh told him, and he decided that he was going to ignore Fresh and side with the white supremacists like Jake Shields and Nick Fuentes, and he was gonna go on like a Coach Benj-esque Twitter rant where he made fun of black folks picking cotton, he made fun of Indians, he called them names like Jeets, etc., etc. It just went on just an imbecilic rant, right? That serves no purpose, especially for somebody trying to build a business, right? And then once he got done with that, right, he then hopped on or started a Twitter space called the Klan Meeting, where he talked about the H-1B visa, etc., and the censorship surrounding it. So essentially, bro, he's just wilding out. He's just doing everything
goofy ass shit
possible, bro, to ruin the image and the brand of Fresh and Fit that him and
the brand was already ruined like 20 controversies ago. Let's keep it a stack. The controversy was they're putting themselves in the news again. Twin sisters back in the news again. Getting cut, didn't spin around, getting embarrassed, getting monetized by their competitors again and 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 again, because they don't know when to leave well enough the fuck alone. Because it is in their blood to be incapable of leaving it well the fuck enough alone. All the time, every time. Welcome back, Magician.
Fresh started together when Fresh had made it perfectly clear that he doesn't want this to be a part of their business. Well, before Fresh could really intervene to try to save their business, their brand, or try to save any type of avenue where they could monetize and make some of that money back they've been losing. And since Myron wouldn't listen to Fresh, Elon decided to step in and give Myron a wake-up call, all right? So Myron would take to his particular Twitter and he would say, listen, man, X is no longer a free speech platform. My account is under review, and my yellow organization, Fresh and Fit Pod, was debashed as well as all my affiliates. Sad to see, speak out against immigration, genocide in Gaza, or the lies of feminism, and boom, you're targeted. It's as if there's consequences for coming on somebody's platform and saying racial slurs and openly admitting you're only saying racial slurs because you're trying to piss off the public. It's as if there's consequences for that. These dudes are obsessed with trying to be martyrs, bro. They are obsessed with thinking the world is after them because they're truth. You guys are not truth tellers. Yo, y'all don't even have the IQ to be truth tellers. right? Y'all are annoying incels. That's what you guys are. So when Fresh and Fit finally gets demonetized and debadged on Twitter because of Myron actions, that's because Myron has been here saying racial slurs. Now, I would admit, right, like, was the H-1B visa controversy a part of it? Maybe, right? Elon is pro H-1B visa, right? So when he announced that, and then you have people like Myron and others going on coke binge renge and saying hella racial slurs and fighting back against Elon and the H-1B visa, did that get them demonetized faster? Possibly. But Myron is shocked that he was demonetized, all right? So if you look here, man, you know, like Fresh and Fit no longer has their badge. Myron doesn't have his badge, but you know who has their badge? You know who is still fully monetized and still got their blue check? Fresh. You know why? Fresh got his blue check, even though Fresh has spoken on the H-1B visa and things like this, because Fresh isn't online saying racial slurs, because Fresh isn't online simply testing the system just to test the system. It's dumb, and it doesn't make sense at all. Well, after Myron got spanked by his daddy Elon, Myron has been on a coke-esque binge, just unhinged rant, bruh, on Twitter over the last couple of days, man, because he's been demonetized. Myron has been taking to Twitter every morning since being demonetized and having his blue check taken away. He's been saying, "Are you guys ready? We about to cook." And then he'll have a clan meeting where, you know, he would just spew nonsense and nonsense and nonsense and nonsense. But the ironically funny part about this particular tweet here is Myron says, "Happy New Year, PHAGGITS." That right there is hilarious for several reasons, right? Because it unintendedly proves that, well, demonetizing these freaks actually works, all right? Because beforehand, Myron had no problem typing out the full NIGGER, FAGGOT. Myron at some point was spelling real slurs with his full meaning without any type of censorship. But now Myron has to censor his words now. Now Myron ain't spelling the real slurs no more. He's taking, dare I say, caution to save his account. You see what happens once they feel like their monetization is threatened? You see, now Elon got him in check, right? Because you see, Myron don't have the YouTube revenue no more, right? He don't have the Twitch revenue no more. He got kicked off on Twitch, all right? Myron, like, his last true platform he could fully monetize on was Twitter, right? Because Rumble, like, they pay them like to be on Rumble, but what they get paid isn't really enough to pay all their bills, all their expenses, pay all their employees, and then still have a surplus left over for themselves. It's not enough, right? So Myron has the Twitter, the badges, he can go live, donations, revenue, ad revenue, but no, now all of that is gone. And now he's working to get back in the good graces of Elon. And watch how respectful Myron sounds when he does one of these clan meetings to speak on, I guess, Elon demonetizing and censoring them. Watch how respectful Myron is speaking to Elon now.
Crucible of debate, and that's the beauty of freedom of speech. However, the reason why there's such an issue with this is because Elon Musk now, with the way he's treating Twitter, he is literally turning it into the very same platform he criticized for a very long time, and the very same news organizations he criticized for a long time, where the mainstream media was corrupt, they weren't allowing free speech, etc. So
Grab the man by the balls, and all of a sudden he's like, "Yes, sir, I'll do what you say."
It's just slowly turning into that thanks to this H-1B visa thing. And I think a lot of people, myself included, right, like Elon, thought he was cool, thought he was doing fucking God's work by opening up this app and allowing us to have some form of free speech, allowing us to get our information out there, allowing us to voice our opinions against the Democrats and the left. And a lot of us are thankful that we were able to have that platform to be able to go out there and support Trump. Because
But come on, Elon, bro. I thought you was racist with us too, bro. I thought you was racist too, bro. What happened, bro? I thought we were all supposed to be on this app just saying slurs, bro. Sorry, buddy. All right. Now I was thankful to you, Elon. Bro, take that ban in, bro. That monetization ain't coming back, Myron. During these clan meetings, bro, Myron is usually screaming to the top of his lungs, saying every slur possible. Now it's, come on, Elon, this isn't fair, bro. We were very thankful when you gave us the platform to speak freely and get paid for it. Nah, son. Keep that same energy, man. Now Myron, listen, at this point, I don't know how Myron is paying his bills, bro. Because Rumble ain't paying the bills. And due to his own behavior, they've been banned off of almost every platform because of Myron. I feel bad for Fresh, man. All right, now Myron been tagging Elon all on his timeline, bro, trying to get Elon attention. Elon hasn't responded back to one. So,
if he wants him to respond back, he has to call him Kekis Maximus, then he'll respond.
Only thing that Elon did respond back to was another Twitter account. They went ahead and posted Myron tweets and says, and this guy is shocked that he got banned. What?
I do think you should be demonetized for using the term Brigitte. No, Elon is being a massive partisan on the issue. Yes. Is it funny that it's happening to Fresh and Fit? Absolutely. True. Exactly.
Elon responded back to that, and here's the tweet. In response to Myron wondering why he was demonetized, Elon Musk says free speech doesn't mean paid speech. And I agree. I don't agree with deplatforming. I don't agree with taking them off the platform for saying racial slurs, but I do believe that, well, if they don't want to pay you for your hate speech, they shouldn't have to pay you for your hate speech. Listen, man, I feel bad for Fresh, man, because Myron continues to lead your Fresh and Fit down a path of no return, bro. All right, because how would YouTube give Fresh and Fit the monetization? See, bro, when YouTube demonetizes you, it's not permanent. There's always a chance.
That is not true. There have been multiple situations and cases where they attempt to demonetize you with the intention that you will never be able to get it back because they will just keep moving the goalposts. Some of the few people who have been able to get away from that, other than Medicare, it just don't work. It just don't work the same. It just don't work the same.
Chance to re-earn your monetization. I believe SSS Sniper Wolf earned back her monetization, right? I believe you
she shouldn't have.
Right? It's not permanent. But to do so, you have to show that you are changing. How do you earn back your YouTube monetization when you have Myron online becoming 1,000% more flagrant than ever? You see, when you get demonetized, this isn't a, well, I'm demonetized now, I got nothing to lose, time to crash out. No, it's a, I'm demonetized now, it's time to really introspect and figure out what exactly I'm doing wrong and what exactly I need to do to get my business back in order so my employees don't miss out on a check. Y'all let me know in the comment section, man, what do you guys think about this? All right, what do you guys think about Myron crashing out? Let me know, all right? And if you're still watching, click on this video right here to find out about the huge 4 extra drama that he finally addressed after being released from jail. Click on this video right here to find out what I'm talking about. I'm out of here, folks.
Ikirakimasu. That's here. This one right here. I think everyone's seen this. But let's go through this live, right? Boy. The other post that Elon made inside of the poll thread before being exposed and deleting everything is really a sight to behold. For no one who is aware, there is a person by the name of Adrian Bittman that supposedly exists as a part of the platform who has been seen with Elon Musk and has spoken to Elon Musk But it is believed that Adrian Dittman is either a loyalist or unironically his burner account that he uses to shitpost about himself in the third person. This is extreme levels of cringe, but hey, it's like I said literally early this morning on my own post. It was written, for he is cringe, that the spirit of cornball has passed from Shameik Moore, crashing out over his inability to get inside of Haley Steinfeld, and has moved back into Elon Musk, its original host. It is embarrassing. It is fucking embarrassing. I can't believe that this is something that has happened. But you know what? It's fine. It's cool. It's cool. It's cool. It's cool. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. So, here is some of the things that were said before the thread itself was deleted. That was debunked, dipshit. Elon uses very small doses in a medically regulated environment, and even if he did increase his dose, asking someone about their personal medical condition is fucked up and violates any HIPAA and any other moral laws in the wall. Irrelevant. To people defaming him, I hope you're enjoying yourselves. Our laws are going to change soon. Cybercrime is going to be finally enforced properly on this nation. You are a maggot, and Elon has done more in his 20s than you will ever do in your pathetic life. Go take some painkillers and get back to the trailer with your alcoholic sister. Ugh. It's like we've all met that kid squeaker that exists on a platform, that exists on any video game that is competitive PvP that has microphones. We've all dealt with the squeaker. Why the fuck does Elon give big squeaker energy? He went on there bragging about himself, calling himself a friend, F-R-E-N, only to bitch out and sign off with a kick you later, hey, kick your friends later and ons. With people trying to enforce, prove, or debunk that this threat exists or that the connection exists. But what is clear is that whomever Adrian Dittman is, the way that it looks is either the person in question has access to the admin portal, or it's just a hoax. There's likelihood supporting evidence to say that it's real. There's likelihood evidence to say that it's not real. The way that Elon's behaving and acting, no one's holding him account to it because he's too busy really just playing Path of Exile. He's been playing Monk. He's been playing Invoker. He died at position, 86 on the ladder? But there's no discernible way to touch this story. But you know what it is? Really fucking funny though. It's not on the base. Now it's on the base. It's just really fucking funny. Because for everything we know about Elon's behavior and personality, I think he was doing this. But it's big if true situation right now. But there's more details that keep showing up. Things like Adrian Dittman saying things to the point of, do not conflate conservative Republicans with the alternative right. Neo-Nazis are purely hateful incels. Elon is a father who gets lots of sex. And all the other fucking shit that it goes along with. If you compare this alongside the sanitation that happened with the H-1B visa talk, and then coincide this with Sam Hyde's shitpost drop, specifically targeted at Elon, it appears that this is Elon, because it coincides with the rhetoric that was being said by Adrian Dittman in the thread. No matter which way you slice it, the conversation and the topic is just fucking toxic. And it kind of just exposes that Elon is insecure, because when he's being called a retard about this, he's mad and banning people about it. And then he's going off to other websites where he believes he can influence the conversation, is being shown as a fucking poser, and you're getting mad and upset about it. Hate, as much as people call it out, even Saturday Night Live was correct to call him a dick rider of Trump. Because, and if we're gonna get political and talk about it, on which Callum will easily be able to respond to this, the issue, if you want to be on it, Elon should not have the ability to influence politics and conversations about H-1B visas, or any of the other visas, the O1s, O-1s, I believe they're called, L-1s, O-2, O-3s. He shouldn't be able to talk about and then control the conversation about these topics the same way that the leftists shouldn't have been able to have media matters groups that existed to watchdog, hound, harass, and silence people on the platform, or even have leftists activize and strategize to be able to silence people on the platform by using the tactics that have now made Blue Sky into a cesspool full of toxic individuals that are now blocking each other over content that they could easily ignore and not pay attention to. These are not things that should be allowed by Elon. And it also shouldn't be allowed for somebody like Vivek Ramaswamy, who's decided to tie himself into the Republican Party, to be able to say that he can then antagonize people and say that they, the Chads, are worse than the Indians. And Elon Musk should not be able to do the exact same shit, because they are not Trump. They were not elected officials who are part of the cabinet. There are people who tag themselves along and hitch the ride onto his. It's gay. It's optically gay. In this capacity, the Republicans can clearly just use Elon, but at what point are they then going to trim the fat? Because we've been witnessing the purity spiral and the "you're no longer useful and effective for our purposes" cutting of the wheat from the chaff. This kind of rhetoric has ergotten the wheat. So when is it going to get cold? There's got to be a Trump insider, because if it's not Trump himself, that remands him publicly to make example of him, someone who's a part of the team, maybe Tulsi Gabbard, is going to be the person who's responsible for the administration and the control of that problem. Because if they keep doing this on the internet and it keeps causing crash outs like these, it's going to get covered by all spectrums and spheres. And ironically enough, on this issue, this was enough of an issue that brought both the left and the right wing together, which is crazy. And I don't mean just the left wing and the right wing pundits. I mean every single spectrum of every single type of gimmick account, whether they be ones that were political or started out as something else and then got political. They all were in agreement how fucking gay and cringe and fucking sus it was. Great. Wonderful. Lovely. Love that that's happening for us. Which then, of course, brings us to good old Elizabeth. Holy shit. This right here is the garbage that Asylum Mercanti is involved with. And shocker, one of her biggest simps, Queef Booty Adams, being involved with it too. With the full video posted here. from Jamal Page. And now, a quick look at the end progress of our film, Gaming While Black. We're still rolling along with production. Many more cities, stories, and perspectives to be heard from.
There were just like little breadcrumbs along the way of like, oh, wait a minute, there's me in here somewhere. You want people to just recognize that this is important without the extra gasoline on the fire.
I want to see more creators that look like me.
There's been a lot of examples of representation of Black people in games that have rubbed me the wrong way.
The moment I heard like, oh, we don't want to help you because we don't know that many Black folks, I was like, okay, fine, I'll do it myself.
Your music is not centered and it's blowing out my left eardrum's microphone piece. And of course, Elizabeth Mercanti decided to jump onto this project to get attention.
Just because like I happen to be black doesn't mean like get him show like black things. Like, oh, like he listens to rap. He like. Likes basketball. Like I grew up playing baseball. I love hockey. I'm Canadian. Just make the person great who just happens to be black.
That's not the case, which I'm motherfuckers ever fucking do.
Sometimes to write for Black voices, you need a Black voice behind it.
You can have a Black voice helping make sure that it's true to the character that you're trying to voice, but you do not need them to be specifically there, because then that's not pro-blackness, that's pro-black with a capital B and a hashtag TM trade snark. That is the opposite of black. That's blackening. That's blackened. Where you care more about them being the color than them being the experience. Because no matter what you motherfuckers do, you will never know how to cook our chicken.
We stand with the people who work at our studio. We stand...
You do not stand with anybody other than yourself. You are a deranged lunatic who needs to be fucking taken to court and brought up on harassment charges.
With a more diverse industry. We support the concept of a more diverse industry.
You do not support the concept of a more diverse industry, because what does diverse mean, like woman? What does it mean? What does it mean? What does it mean? Because it doesn't mean when people criticize me, I then do a lawsuit and then I dox them. It doesn't mean when I go onto my Wednesday night stream, my Wednesday morning stream, that I can't explain the reason why X-Defiant is crashing out of the industry and can't be made and can't be sold and can't be able to keep itself alive because there isn't enough people to get it to critical mass. Because all of you are fucking tourists that don't play the games that are already out.
Telling more diverse stories. There's plenty of games out there for you to buy. If you don't like this, don't buy it.
And people have done so. And oh my god, the industry is dying. Why won't people buy these games? Huh? I wonder why, dumbass.
Like, I want them to understand that, like, this is for you, like, in a real way.
Gaming While Black. Put a pin in it, boys. We will be shitposting on it, and we will be watch partying it. It might even be content. Welcome back, Alan. Trump has two options. One, rein in Elon and risk losing his support and have him tirelessly start supporting the left, in which case we get pre-Elon Twitter black. And two, he folds, in which case Elon has political control over the narrative of H1B. Oh. Why is that so fucking loud? Why is every single project so fucking autistically loud? That's so fucking stupid. So stupid, so stupid, so stupid. No worries, Ham. We'll send you some place to go watch. That brings us to the end of what I had inside the folder. Now, on the Elon shit, I could not be able to tell you what would improve or change the situation, but I can tell you that more for myself, I do not want to see a pre-Elon Twitter. Twitter, in its capacity as it currently exists, might not be in the best place, but I do not want to see pre-Elon Twitter. Pre-Elon Twitter coming back and existing again is going to be crack as fucking shit. Welcome, struggler. You have touched Balatro. Have you finally put that shit on? Good. But yeah, I do not want to see pre-Elon Twitter. If he's not capable of doing things like having workers whose job it is to be on the support desk to help you reclaim your account, able to listen and talk to and deal with and listen, and this is the key part, right? Because of all the shit that you could say is important when it comes to the Elon shit, Elon's problem with being mad that people criticize him and the fact that he can control whether or not you get paid, and now has inserted a button that controls whether or not people will see your content because he wants to have non-negative viewership, that's crack in half, right? But if he can't be able to have people on the support desks whose job it is to talk to people who are real, trying to do something like get their accounts back when they've been hacked, like in my situation, or in my homie Nick's situation, when it comes to Nick Monroe and his constant fight to get things done for him in his original account. When you can't focus on getting people who are journalists that would then bring that view to the site into focus, but you're spending all this time trying to control the conversation around a political topic like the H-1 visas and its narrative, what are you doing? What are you doing? Who has to suck whose dick to get you to pay attention? It's unacceptable. It's unfucking acceptable. It's dumb. It's dumb. Yes, he did it. Put him back on the platform. If I can get a femboy to get his account back and be welcomed back with open arms, I can do it for our boy Nick. Do it for the content, but also do it for the news reporting. He might actually save somebody's life. Anyways, we've reached the end of my docket, but that's not the end of the stream. How do you like Balatra, struggler? You like that shit? Feels good? Feels real good? I hope it feels great. I hope it feels immaculate. Because now you finally understand why I kept saying, put that shit on. You finally will get it. You see what I see. Music. Music. Hello? There we go. Now you finally see what I see. You will enjoy it. Certainly. And all the various examples of the Balatro soundtrack that exist in sound font. Like this one. In the sound font of Final Fantasy VII. The problem is that Elon is a tech bro first and conservative second, if at all. Now that he has Trump's ear, he doesn't have to pretend to be MAGA anymore, which is why many of us were skeptical. I'm not a political content creator, but it is very obvious to me that Elon was very much playing the role of, hey guys, I'm one of you. And nobody could really talk against it because, hey, we're finally able to talk on Twitter. why don't we just make use of it and see if he is a true believer? But no one has the lever to be able to tell him that he's not allowed in the fucking club because he was not a true believer. Now he's the equivalent of the DM's girlfriend. He can whisper whatever the fucking poison he wants inside of the establishment, and as long as he has the relevancy of allowing Trump the ability to do something like post on a platform that isn't Truth Social, another dead microblogging website, then we're about to see a crazy, wacky, wild year when it comes to reporting and the details of shit in view of 2024, 2025, 2026, 7, and 8. And maybe even 9. It's going to be a very weird 4 years. First, we need to see if he can get to the end of them. Then, after seeing if he can get to the end of them, we gotta see what happens next. Because I don't see the platform changing in any superior or physical way. Mostly because, in order for you to even get to that ability to speak to them, you have to be of a relevant size. And unfortunately, you can't be of a relevant size if you can't even get people to see your posts. Because the kind of content that he allowed to be popular on the platform is effectively the kind of content that made Poe popular. And unfortunately, if the kind of content that made Poe popular is basically gore posting every 5 posts, then thirst posting every 5 posts, and then being seen as the guy who does legitimately crazy things, but pretty much does nothing, well, that's just every single fucking account in general that coasts itself off of already having a view base. Now, I'm not saying that to shit on Poe. Poe's had his accounts for a while, which means he's had his following for a while. Whenever he gets banned, he gets it back because people know him from that relevancy, but nobody can compete against that because it's the same fucking shit on every single platform. You can't compare, you can't compete, you can't build, you have to pay money in order to be able to win that cycle on Twitter. And then, if you do that, you post in a way that we don't like, deplatformed. How do you fix this? Attention economy sucks. It sucks! Now what will I do with myself? Let's see here. Trying to see if I can find no fuck. Because I talked to her on this thing last night, but I don't have her on a direct line yet. I'm inside of her new server, Cassie Cage. I was talking to Bloody about this the other day, mentioning that I wanted to be able to sit down and have a talk with her at some point. I told her about their Real Negro Hour stream that exists on Twitch, but now comes the actual meeting of the minds part. I'm gonna do everything in my power to set this shit the fuck up. I tell you what. To be honest, the Elon stuff is secondary for us here because the Groom Gang scandal has come to the political surface again in 2024, and the average native Briton is not pulling punches. I mean, yeah, you guys get your own fucking problems to deal with in the UK, let alone your administration. So ultimately, you being able to deal with those problems is a factor and a half amongst anything. I ultimately hope that this time something will actually be done about the grooming gangs. And they'll be called what they are. Grooming gangs. Rape cabals. Because the fact that that shit's happening and nobody's talking about it is fucking bizarre and wild in and of itself. The fact that people keep saying that it's not real is the part that probably disturbs and pisses me off the most. Let's see here. Jack just posted something inside of Body Politic, so I suppose we will look at it, because this comes from Morgoth. pause this. Please let this be a relevant video. A lot of very out and out anti-Pakistani Muslim sentiment, resulting in a lot of Muslims basically coming out and say, yeah, we did it, what are you going to do about it? It's only beats people up. This is where your government and also your ruling crown needs to say, all right, have a toss-up. Because what I can only imagine is going to happen is there's going to be race wars in the streets. There's going to be big, burly men. The men that Panda wants to have tongue or be tongued by him. Just big, burly men going out into the streets with larders. Just chucking people around the room. Being like, oh, right now, that's him, Tony, get him, Tony! And it's going to be unbelievable levels of race crime. There's going to be race wars. That's what I imagine would and should happen. Because people should be angry, violently upset, and so. Because the fact that this was done and the reason why it happened is because imagine what would happen. Imagine the blowback that would happen to living Muslims that live inside the city. It'd be completely ridiculous.
Well, hello again there, folks. So we're seeing something of a big smackdown taking place now between the MAGA tech bro populist movement spearheaded by Elon Musk and our very own Labour government. And this comes, I mean, I think if we're honest about it, there's a certain level of this which is a distraction. All of a sudden, they had a problem in America because they were talking about the H-1B visas things and cheap labour and all that. And then all of a sudden, like overnight it seemed, they pivoted to pounding the Labour Party, which kind of brought all of us Brits awake to see what was going on. But all of it's part of a wider sort of Muskian tech bro populism, which is sweeping across the West, it seems. He's also back in the AfD, and in Britain he's been really heavily endorsing the Reform UK party. And I just think it's interesting, and I think it's interesting to get into some of the dynamics of where this could go and what the strengths and weaknesses of each side are. I mean, as I record this, the Labour Party's taken a bit of a pounding. It looks terrible, all of the revelations about the grooming gang stuff, which I've spoken about for years, and it's never had this degree of a spotlight put on it. But at the same time, I'm just not a big fan of Nigel Farage. People who follow my content will know that I tend to think that he builds up a head of steam, he's turned a bit weak, and then he builds up a head of steam, and then he kind of wanders off and does something else. So I'm not really a fan of Farage. I do understand, like, you can't be too hardcore in British politics, like I get that, but yeah, whatever. What I want to do here is have a talk about just looking at where this could go and the dynamics at play, because at the moment it seems like Labour are on the back foot, and it seems like they're being humiliated. They barely give any responses. I see that LBC kind of minions are now coming out to sort of hold the line a bit, but by and large it looks
okay. Now, because I am a foreigner to these politics, I'm going to be relying on you, Callum, to tell me about whether or not what he's saying is true, especially about LBC. Because when it comes to things like Britain Question Time and the LBC programming channels and all the Talking Head programs, especially Sky News, I almost always in one ear, out the other with them, unless it's on a focused subject matter that I actually understand and have relevancy to. Because most of my consumption of British politics, if it does not come from British Carl, comes from Dr. Americam. And he has more or less consistently stuck to the reaction through puppet format and posting music videos with him and his new woman, which I can only assume is a black one. A black Briton, a black British woman, giving him relentless pound cakes. I'm sorry, Star asked me a serious question, so I had to answer on the side of the DM. LBC is an urbanite left liberal elitist radio show filled with weak-jawed upper middle-class retards. Yes, they will very much go for bat for the Labour Party when they are objectively provably wrong, because that is what they exist to do. I see. So are they basically just controlled opposition? I'm just waiting to see your answer.
Shocking. It looks like they've been complicit with the mass rape of English girls in the UK, and there's not they don't really seem to have any response.
The entire government and the British Crown and the British particulate is just literally uncaring of this when it comes to direct policy to affect it. Like, the entire governmental apparatus is ineffective at dealing with this crime. Defanged does not even get close to how ineffective it is. Not controlled opposition, just outright propaganda merchants. Yes, the smear merchants, as Carl calls them. British Carl, I should say.
Coming out of that whatsoever. And I think what they seem to want, I mean, Elon Musk's explicitly calling for this, is for Starmer to step down, get lost, and we'll get reforming. I mean, I do like it that like the Tory party are just not even part of the discussion; they're just sort of buried. I read an interesting article today in Unheard, I think it was, and the point was made, like, because of what the Tories have done with Kemi Badenoch, it's as if they've kind of tried to latch on to the woke stuff and putting her in charge of the party. Like, just as the woke stuff was going out of fashion, just as we kind of peaked on diversity hiring and having a strong female in charge and all that, the Tory like, got in on that just after it peaked. So they're holding on to a losing hand for the foreseeable future. I mean, and you know, the general situation, it isn't just Labour. Like, the Tories have done more damage. They were in power for 15 years. They didn't call for these inquiries. They actually blocked them. The grooming stuff still went on in the Tories, as always, piss weak, useless, backstabbing traitors. And the good news is they're increasingly irrelevant, which is what we wanted for so much time. So we're entering into this sort of new paradigm now, where I don't think there's going to be an election for a long time. But now it's Reform versus Labour, because the Tories, at least for now, seem to be dead in the water. But I think there's a tendency that people can get a little bit carried away with this. You know.
Is that accurate? Are the Tories dead in the water? Oh, the kombucha's working its way through my system. Ooh.
Look at, especially if you're on Twitter, where all of this seems to be taking place. Like, you are in a silo. This is not really going out into Middle England as much as what you might think. So that, you know, you are like in the eye of a hurricane if you're on Zitter. So it all seems a lot more frantic, a lot more important than, you know, what my parents would think of it or something like that. But it's in the mainstream news. It has kind of gone out from that, and that you kind of get the impression that sort of culturally for now, because there's no election coming anytime soon, it's going to be this long drawn out political and cultural battle, this battle for political capital, and the idea that the Muskian Reform Alliance will sort of destroy Labour's political capital. And it seemed like,
yes, they are. They've been losing support since the last election, and Reform is looking more and more likely to become the new loyal opposition party. Okay.
A lot of people that this is just a sort of slam dunk, and eventually, sort of a few years down the line or whatever, especially when Trump comes in and he starts, you know, sticking his nose into all of this, and we'll end up with Nigel Farage as Prime Minister. And I actually I actually think people have to be careful about getting too carried away.
We are currently watching a recap of Starmertron versus Reform/Musk Alliance concerning UK politics and how it affects people because of the centralized news source of first hit wins on Twitter. And because it's British politics, I am leaning on Callum to tell me whether or not what the man is saying on this review is accurate.
Not just because I don't really like Nigel Farage very much, but just looking at it objectively and realistically, there's some strong hands that the British shitlib left can play, and there's some kind of booby traps that I think the Muskian Reform Alliance is already standing on. And one of them is that if you think of the way the British left thinks and operates, they love the idea of an evil billionaire who is interfering in politics. You know, I mean, they've prattled on for years and years about the Murdoch press and all of this. I mean, you know, the hypocrisy is obvious and just rancid because they aren't exactly these kind of, they are globalists. You know, there's lots of billionaire interests in the Labour Party, so you just have to sort of accept that they're rank hypocrites. But what I think will happen is this concerted effort, if this carries on, and I think it's going to. And I think what we'll see is that the British shitlib left will rally around Keir Starmer, and they'll do it in such a way that he becomes this boring, kind of, sort of unexciting dad figure that they'll rally around. And it will be all of the institutions, and it will be all of the media, and it will be all of the influencers and the minions on LBC Radio and the bootleggers and all the rest of it. And they'll kind of rebrand him as being this boring fella, but he's theirs, and he's also British. Again, the hypocrisy will stink, but what they'll do is reframe this into a kind of...
Mesmerizing performance from Luke the Nuke, 180 to win the World Darts Championship. Congratulations, Luke's being the youngest ever PDC World Darts Champion. Inspirational performance under pressure to lift the trophy. You should really be proud of what you achieved tonight, just not for yourself, but for the sport of darts as a whole.
Patriotic thing. They will be seen as standing up for plucky little Labour, sort of endearing, boring Keir Starmer against this astroturfed literally funded and pushed by the richest man in the world, and some of them will even cotton on to some of the deeper connections with MAGA in relation to Israel and Middle Eastern politics and things like that. And this is a problem for reform, because they are supposed to be the ones who are occupying a space of the sort of disenfranchised in England, particularly, but across the UK, across Britain. Reform are supposed to be the ones who are standing up for, let's say, the victims of grooming gangs, the white working class who are getting shot on, have been for years, just the general declining state of the country. I think they could be more explicit than what they are, to be honest. Some of them are making good noises, not really Farage though. And what's going to happen here, the danger is that one side, the Labour side, are going to be allowed to take the space up of like a Little England patriotism. Again, like the hypocrisy will be ranked. And the other side, the populist side, will find themselves on the outside of that and as almost like an invasion, almost like this interfering force. And they'll be able to cast this as the working class, the natives who are getting on board with this, are once again falling into the Brexit trap, where you've got these snake oil salesmen and bullshit peddlers, very rich people, coming in and kind of waggling a carrot in front of their face, and kind of being these Pied Piper types who are going to take advantage of them and bamboozle them with bullshit, and they're all going to head off to their doom.
But how does that happen when they've witnessed what happened to individuals like Tommy Robinson? Because I'm pretty sure he's still in solitary confinement, yes? He's been there for years now. Or rather, not years, a year and a half. But he was still put there under circumstances that were very much bullshit. Like, how can they see what's happening in their society and in their neighborhood and not see the dupe that's about to happen? Like, at that point they would then deserve it, but it's not even that. Like, they've got that to worry about and the social economic consequences that come from having to deal with that. A British father tries to deal with the fact that his daughter is getting gangbanged from every single part of the town that she's trying to take a taxi to escape the people who she's trying to get away from that are doing the crime, especially if they happen to be inside the law service. Like, they can't deal with that and then deal with this shit. I'm surprised the Crown hasn't done something sooner. Because I'm not one for royals business. I know that Carmilla, or whatever the fuck that woman's name is, the one that everybody doesn't like, has been crowned as queen. And of the daughters of the last queen, there's one that works in that is in military service that refused to basically adhere to her bullshit rules so that she could feel special. I don't see how there isn't a single person of the royal crown who's not active, who's not getting activistic right now. Like, I don't see it. Like, I don't see how it doesn't happen. Because they should clearly be able to see the fucking lacrimosa of their people. Yes, what is Morgoth is getting at is they will use right-wing rhetoric of nativism around Starmer being British native to defend him against a Musk MAGA supported reform. I suppose.
If you look at what's happened in America with H-1B visas, it's kind of like, we want all of these, we want this elite talent to come in. So you don't even get closed borders, you don't even get repatriations. And it's telling that this has been used to kind of switch out that discussion that was going on across the pond and put the focus on Britain in this time. But you can see what they're actually doing over there is to think of America as just like a giant supermarket, or they want to run it like a corporation or a company. And it seems in the long term, and you've had a lot of sort of commentators in America saying, like, well, the MAGA base was swindled by these oligarchs. They were swindled by Musk and the tech bros, the Silicon Valley startup, little tech they call it, all these startup firms. And this is the danger that when this comes, and it's now here by the looks of it, it's coming to Britain, and it's like, well, are we going to sort of fall for that? And so, on the one hand, I think it should be made explicit that we are not America, we don't want this in our country either. I'll take the stuff about the grooming gangs, I'll take the stuff about that the immigration is ridiculous, and even as Rupert Rowe was saying, that we need to stop rounding people up and shit in the back, that's fine too. There's some other things, which, okay, whatever. I don't like the sort of Thatcherite economic sort of neoliberalism, which is always this toxic thing, where we can't get what we really want because we have to worship this kind of libertarian economic model. So I think all of that, some of the stuff has to go. I think the pro-Israel stuff has to go as well. And we can't just, we have to hold out and say we're not going to just jump mindlessly on board for this, because that's a trap. And on the other hand, if you do that, it will be easily framed by the left as that we are actually the people of the country. We are the little fella. We are now the
There's no fucking way that they would ever be able to do that on the left. Never in a million fucking years. You're gonna fucking hoodwink the fucking UK into believing that the left cares about them. There's no fucking way. There is no fucking way. Not after you literally enshitted every single European nation with the constant bringing in of migrants, and then those migrants destroying the very nation and the spirit of nationalism that exists within those people. It's probably one of the reasons why I looked at the French elections and I wondered to myself why people consistently keep going about allowing for Macron to rape the French people while continuing to be a fucking boy toy to his MILF mistress. And ultimately, it's because they want it to happen. They want to be ruled by a tyrant. They want the country to be destroyed by what's happening. Because there are some that believe that it's a correct punishment. Because I can tell you right now, the people who are allowing that to happen in France, they're not French people. French people took people's heads. The fact that this shit's happening in the streets and they did not vote for Marine Le Pen to be able to fix the problem was them spinning her as a far-right figure. The same thing that they tried to do with Milei in Argentina. I don't think it would work in the UK in the same way. But then again, there's socioeconomic factors on the ground that I am not there for and can't see that you probably can. You'd be the only one who could tell me whether or not what I just said is off base or not. But that's based on what I physically have witnessed about every election that Macron's been involved in, and every single time he politically speaks about any kind of issue that is his purview and his wheelhouse to talk about. Because as far as I look at Macron, and leaders like him, I look at him the same way I look at the Prime Minister of Canada. Because Trudeau and him are basically the exact same fucking thing. In France, Macron backed out into power because the far-right party got the bigger voter share, but all the central-left parties formed a coalition to veto them in getting power. And Macron remains in power despite no one liking him as a result. Yes, exactly. Because every single time Macron speaks on any fucking issue, he just bends every single fucking nation and every single national over a barrel and just gangbangs them. And takes turns with the government, with socioeconomic policies as pushed forward by the EU, and all the other bullshit, as well as migrant issues and migrant crises, and of course migrant crimes. It's shit. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. When is he gonna get called out of power, is the real question. When somebody runs up on him on stage? Because it shouldn't come to that. It's the same thing that we were talking about earlier with Jagmeet Singh. Well, actually, no. I wasn't here for that. Last night, I was talking to people inside of Dev Server, and they happened to get onto the conversation about Jagmeet Singh. And pretty much the way that they're talking about it, it's pretty much votes of no confidence all around for these individuals. It's the same with the AfD in Germany, except there's even worse Germany, because Germany's so cucked that they're considering just allowing them to run straight up. I see. That's fucked.
Little fella standing up against the billionaire class, and not without some truth. And I saw that Keir Starmer has been silent on this issue, and I think this is what they're doing because there's no doubt that they're looking at the kind of the horror stories on social media and drawing up a game plan. And I think what that game plan is going to be is rebranding Keir Starmer as this kind of boring sort of a kind of a John Major figure, and they will say, well, he may be boring and he may be dull, but he's our boring dullard. He's not this flamboyant billionaire bullshitter from America. He's not this snake oil peddler like Farage. And this will play well with a lot of people in England and across the UK. Where this will play less so is with younger people who are spending more time online and seeing the memes and the kind of thinking that Elon Musk's a cool, funny character, and as well as when he gets in office, Trump as well. I think Trump's a bit of a deflated figure these days. And so this is how it will be. They will be the British left and all of the institutions will be able in a position to rally around this position of Little England patriotism. And I don't say this to be a doom-monger. I want to see them make headway with some caveats, as I said before. I want to see a final end with punishment for the endless sort of misery of these grooming things. Obviously, there's the immigration stuff as well. So I want this to succeed, but I can see that there's some sort of I can see that their tactics are kind of leading them into some difficult terrain where you're going to secede the territory of patriotism and speaking to the common man, because that's what the fight will be over, which, to be honest, is a good place for us to be. But it's difficult to get out when you've literally got the richest man in the world funding and pushing your patriotism from like Texas or something like that. It comes across as inauthentic, which was a strong point of reform in the past. They came across, when they're walking around down in Clacton or on the streets of Middlesbrough. This plays well. When you look at the misery and the sort of the enshittification of British, the misery on the streets, the vape shops everywhere, this speaks to people. This is good. And I would say you need to tell Musk to kind of take a big step back from this, because it's going to really energise the left in this country. They will all rally around boring old duffer Keir Starmer to keep out these the billionaire MAGA, literally the richest people on earth. You know what I mean? And God knows what.
I mean, on one hand, they would have a reason to do so because it's American politics influencing EU politics and UK politics, which, while the crisis on the ground is one thing, again, Musk is an unelected official in the viewpoint of the UK public. He shouldn't have the ability to affect their ability to converse about their issues, let alone get issues solved in their country, when it comes to just even using his platform to get the message out about them. The fact that he could then have a hand in controlling the policies of what's going on there, and then he's locking fists with Farage, the same way that he would have been locking arms with the other guy. I'm forgetting his name. It's the fat white one. It's not coming to mind. I've fully forgotten, even though somebody made a meme of me and of him watching me on television. I've already forgotten his name. The problem is that the US and the UK, right on most issues, want to be allies, but if the UK starts, Boris Johnson, yes. But if the UK starts shaking hands with the US will start making economic demands that we cannot accept. I mean, the problem is that it's not only that you can't accept them, but we can't make them. Like, Trump's demands of how he wants to wield tariffs as a crowbar and a cudgel to break open every single economic field, when he is not aware of how we're losing on the technological grounds, not just to AI, but to the slave class and the slave market that he's demanding we compete against, using tariffs as a tool to fight. It's gonna break us, it's gonna break you, it's gonna break the world economy, because we will not be able to be the standard. We're gonna be the test market. We're already becoming the test market. The games I'm super not concerned about. It's the fucking everything else that's the goddamn problem. Sure, bring American issues and American jobs back to the American public. But with this H-1B visa issue, if you're just airdropping them from Calcutta, it doesn't matter. What's the point of having an American job in a Fortune 500 company that's founded and kept and managed in America if every single person who's working in the company is somebody who doesn't have the ability to say, no, I will not take that vacation. I don't have to do that extra work. And it's because they've been hired off of nepotism from a family member who's already employed on staff. And because they're all related to each other, they have the ability to argue about whether or not they will or they won't be able to have a hand in saying if they can have a job or not have a job. And when you're destroying the economic market for those that are living on the middle class to upper middle class and lower middle class, how the fuck are they supposed to make money if all those jobs that they're supposed to be working to get into are all jobs that are worked on recruitment and are done by referral? And they're not hiring people for the referral job because they're only ever looking for people that they can try to fucking exploit. In 10 years, we don't have an economy. In 10 years, we don't have an economy. We cannot compete with quantity, so we shouldn't try, so we should compete on quality. Who's going to buy a $300 phone? I'll tell you who. People who can afford it because it's a status symbol. Yeah. And that would be my mother's food, probably. Probably. Yeah, they still don't have things for that. Stomach pain, heartburn, indigestion, upset stomach, diarrhea, Pepto-Bismol. Hey, Pepto-Bismol.
What Trump's coming in for. So it's going to be an interesting time. And I think the strongest cards that Reform can play will be to get in touch with the base and move further to the right. Because another thing, the sort of the chief card that can be played here as well from the left's perspective, is Tony Blair coming in, and I think he will. The Tony Blair Institute released something a few weeks ago, and they said that it should not be allowed that these foreign billionaires, like Musk, gets involved too much and funds an entire populist sort of astroturf thing in the UK. That should not be allowed. And so what you will see is that what could well emerge would be a battle between Blair and Elon Musk, which would be a fascinating showdown if you think of it like wrestling or a boxing match or something like that, like Godzilla versus King Kong or whatever. So that would be a good one to watch. And the standard tactic will be, on top of rallying around as Little England does to protect, the Britain from these billionaires. What we will also see in that case would be Tony Blair advising the Labour Party to shift far to the right. Again, I think the Tories will just be squeezed to a pulp in all of this, but this is also something that Reform will have to be prepared for. Don't have an entrenched position. Be ready, because if they will, in order to, not that they believe it, not that they believe that actually immigration should be reduced, all their evil sick bastards for what happened with the grooming gangs, just from pragmatism. And the Blair move will be to shift to as far right as people on the left will tolerate in order to deal with this, in terms of things like immigration, coming out against woke stuff and all of that, mistakes have been made and all of that. And so if Reform have an entrenched sort of position on this, they're going to get sort of outmaneuvered and outflanked on the field of play. And I think they should be ready for that and be ready to move further to the right if Labour try to flank them on that. And the biggest danger is that Middle England will rally around boring duffer Keir Starmer as this kind of quintessentially quirky English dullard in the face of these extravagant, flamboyant bullshit artists from America. Again, I'm not being a doom-monger. I want to see us make some headway here. I think we could, but despite the misgivings around Farage, it's time for change in this country, long overdue, and I hope we get some. So that's just how I see the sort of the state of play as it stands now. So you can catch everything that I've been up to and what I do on Substack, so I'll put a link below. Thanks for listening, folks, and I'll catch you later.
Okay. I don't really disagree with anything that he said. And my son is knocked out like a light in the sun. But yeah, there's like a never-ending issue that will be presented if Elon Musk is allowed to go about the way that he's doing things, where he is not held to account for the way that he chooses to use the platform and how he converses and treats people while he uses that platform. Like, it's a serious contingency. It's an outright snooze fest to any person who doesn't care, who doesn't give a shit and thus wouldn't look at it. But there is no world where this does not continue to be a problem. It will continue to be a problem. Although, with the end of that video, I don't have anything else to really present towards you all, so I'll take and read final comments and words unless somebody else has something they want to present in front of me. The woke is being put away now that it's no longer useful, and left-wing parties will start moving to the right that will flank the populist right, and the progressive left is going to be in for a big shock. I mean, there's no way that they should be afraid of it, right? Because they saw this when they got that shellacking on fucking election day. For them to lose so many things, from the gubernatorial side, to the seats, to the presidency itself, they should have known the shit was coming. I mean, whether or not the glub-shittle behavior of people like Xander Hall is going to be obvious about whether or not they're going to be relevant and have a career, the issue and the problem comes from them not having their finger on the pulse, right? Because they don't have their finger on the pulse, and they're not talking about issues, and they're not talking to people who need to talk about those issues, and they call every single person who talks about it stupid, dumb, woke, idiot retards. They are not prepared for when the shit hits the fucking fan. Then, when the shit hits the fan, and they're not making content, and they're not making money off their content like they used to, because they're not relevant, people don't go to them for takes or for understanding about the issues. They go to them to see whether or not they're going to have an interesting, funny crash out about the situation in hand. They can't even get that because they're too busy crashing out over the fact that they're not making any money after death threatening both other glub-shitto individuals in their audiences or issues across the spectrum, shitting up their spaces, having no field in which to have opinions, and possibly now having to work for Walmart or work for McDonald's because as a streamer, all they have is politics, and they couldn't stream during the biggest night or biggest event in relevance. And then, for everything else, even if they were to be treated like, yeah, it's unfair, but it's not my fault, they didn't learn from a single fucking thing. So even if somebody were to talk to them about their opinion and take, it would be the same take most of us have, which is why the fuck would we listen to you when we would listen to our particular favorites? Unlike what I said earlier, nobody's gonna go to the left about these opinions because the left, well, everyone's left them. Most general figures that can be seen and treated as figures that can understand it, they have more than likely voted Republican in this election cycle. And even though they're about to be set up for 4 years of making anti-content, the criticisms just don't stick. Like the politically relevant futures that they said were going to happen are not happening in the way that they said that they would. So any amount of talking about the issue is going to lead to a crash out. Assuming that those content creators leave. You have presented content and it's not on national politics, but rather on online content creating etiquette. Let me look. Where am I looking? Where's the video? Because if it's a video, it's gonna be the last video I can do for the stream. Body politics. Ah! My ligamentous wave. This one is from 2 weeks ago, but that's okay. Let's see if I can speed run this before Star gets here.
Hey, Nets. So let's say, for the sake of argument, that you wish to make some philosophical, ideological, or otherwise political content, but you have a slight problem. And the problem is, you really aren't that clever. You are by no means stupid. In fact, your parents and teachers probably told you that you were quite right when you were growing up, which means that you're probably smart enough to understand the dominant ideology of the current status quo, or the cathedral, or the regime, as it's sometimes called, or as it's otherwise sometimes called, believing whatever the heck your Marxist sociology professor crammed inside your head, but you're not really quite right enough to question those ideas. The result of this is that you might find yourself ending up as a content creator who makes a bunch of videos consisting of cathedral-approved PC content, where you push the ideology of...
1 second. Things tapping out. There you go.
wokeism, and strawman everyone to the right of Obama as an evil nudesy, while drastically misunderstanding the very philosophy you're attempting to refute. And it may end up even looking like this, the alt-right playbook from Innuendo Studios. A series of videos mostly between 2 to 6 minutes long, but some longer than that, where multiple logical fallacies are committed in order to prove that anybody even slightly right-leaning is in a pipeline and become literally bad mustache man. And this of course comes with a very serious drawback, which is that people will eventually call out some of those logical fallacies and prove that you don't really know what you're doing, and you're instead again just regurgitating whatever your Marxist professor told you to think. Something I myself have done once before. One of my older videos of the MA variety was just MA hierarchies, which in many ways was just pointing out why Innuendo Studio on the alt-right playbook Always a Bigger Fish was guilty of a moralistic fallacy. Any philosophy, when you give it a praxis for creating or maintaining human civilization, must exist within reality. Playbook Always a Bigger Fish was guilty of a moralistic fallacy. Any philosophy, when you give it a praxis for creating or maintaining human civilization, must exist within reality. Not some magical prancing unicorns of Disney World, where the concept of hierarchy has somehow been magically abolished just because you think hierarchies have moral questions behind them. In other words, if you think that 1 + 1 = 9 would be good, because you think that would allow us to create infinite wealth, that doesn't mean that 1 + 1 = 9. It's very obviously invalid reasoning. But of course that doesn't matter. You just keep on making these videos. But there's a bit of a problem is that people keep on bringing these criticisms up, and so the fact that much of what you said doesn't actually make any kind of rational sense is starting to slowly creep up on you. But fortunately for you, the ideology of wokeism provides an easy exit for you. And this is the simple strategy of falsely accusing those who have criticized you of harassing you, which is pretty much what this video right here, the alt-right playbook, why don't you respond to criticism, boils down to. Now, I've talked about this particularly dishonest tactic before in my first video on Gamergate, refuting the Wikipedia article about, and how the mainstream media coverage of the Gamergate incident was extremely biased to the point of being intentionally deceptive. Intentional logical fallacies are used by various media pundits all the time, which is why I'm partnered with Round News and different media sources to report the same story.
Memphis Wave, I love you, but we don't have time to watch this ad. You make long-ass ads.
Criticism with harassment, you can go to ground.news/MemphisWave or scan my QR code to now get 50% off the Vantage plan, which gets you unlimited access. The grift of conflating criticism with harassment is fairly straightforward. Person A will say something that ranges from just kind of stupid to completely factually inaccurate, and then person B will come in and explain why what person A said makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. And then person A...
Plus or minus whether or not they call out the site of Genesis and then tell them stop using bullshit article links that come from people who are inherently biased against information or telling the truth.
A, rather than acknowledging the fact that they just got BTFO, will then find a way to accuse person B of harassing them. Now, of course, in this particular context of an individual face-to-face interaction, it's pretty obvious why person A is full of it here, to the point where you almost don't even need to explain why. Most people can probably intuitively understand that person A is just trying to avoid admitting that they're wrong. But interestingly enough, the rabbit hole on this one goes much deeper, and that's what I'll be explaining in this video. Because despite how incredibly dumb the criticism equals harassment grift is, it continues to be extremely common, in part due to people usually only recognizing one or two things wrong with it, and the obvious lies on the surface of it, and also in part because it's very easy in certain contexts for the situation to not be as obvious. For example, say in the context of the internet. In online discussion, a post that goes viral can get hundreds of thousands, sometimes millions of views, sometimes hundreds of millions of views. And if that post that goes viral happens to be a very highly factually inaccurate or otherwise kind of stupid statement, then of course you're going to have thousands upon thousands of people replying to you, explaining why you were wrong. But then of course you're also going to have a few people who don't explain why you're wrong, and will instead just leave a simple comment like, wow, you're dumb. Yeah, welcome to the internet. And so in the context of a viral post, what person A can do to kind of obfuscate their grift is to instead cherry pick all the posts that are simply calling them dumb, and then collectively accuse everyone of harassing them while pretending that the posts that contain genuine criticism don't exist. And so the more people who are involved in the conversation, the easier it becomes for person A to get away with this kind of false accusation, because it becomes harder and harder for people to dig through all the mud that is the context of the conversation. And so the criticism equals harassment grift can actually get pretty darn complex. And in that regard, I'm actually very glad that Innuendo Studios created this video, because in it he kind of accidentally gives away just how strongly encoded this particular type of false accusation is in the sort of progressive postmodernist woke ideology that he follows. And how when you fully understand it, you actually begin to notice another flaw in woke ideology that most people don't even notice. And so I'm actually going to go through this video bit by bit. I mean, it's not even 7 minutes long, and you'll come to see just how tellingly absurd this whole thing is.
Say, for the sake of argument, you're the kind of progressive lefty with a platform who gets a share of harassment, seasonal or perennial, from reactionaries. In this situation, you will inevitably hear one who positions themselves as a reasonable moderate ask, why don't you respond to criticism? There's a lot going on in that question, more than is immediately obvious, and it's worth understanding.
So yeah, within the first 20 seconds or so, he's combined two fallacies in a very interesting way. Specifically, he's starting out combining collective guilt with a false dichotomy. Everyone's either an evil alt-right reactionary, and thus collectively guilty of being bad mustache man, or a sensible moderate that doesn't actually have anything of value to say, which of course is completely disconnected from the reality of how the discourse actually goes. He's basically implying that there is no legitimate criticism, just evil newtsies and centrists who don't know what's going on. I can again just use my own interaction with Innuendo Studios content before as an example of how this is dishonest. My video on hierarchies pointed out, again, a very real problem with his, well, utopian thinking, and then he blocked me onto it. And so that's a very important part of the criticism equals harassment grift, is that they have to pretend that no legitimate criticism could possibly exist. Everybody who even suggests that there is has to be a bad person, trademark. And so in order...
Well, anybody who gives any kind of criticism against them is always a bad person. Because if there was a problem with it, they would just be able to explain directly what the issue is. Like yesterday, when a person asked me why would I choose to waste time of mine, which wasn't really wasted, it was used while also mapping and also trying to further achieve gold chip on every deck in Balatro. Why would I waste my time on an individual that's being inherently obtuse? And the reason why is because if we can help somebody from not being a fucking AIDS pig on the internet, then it is our job to help them. If they want to be an AIDS pig, it is our job to demonstrate to everybody else what an AIDS pig looks like and why they're retarded.
In order to sell the criticism equals harassment grift, the person partaking in it usually has to start out with some kind of false dichotomy in this way. You either aren't criticizing them and are just some random person with nothing interesting to say, or you're a big bad meathead. Therefore, anybody who actually does have legitimate criticism gets swept away into one of these groups and ignored. It's all to imply that there's no way there could be any kind of legitimate criticism that they're ignoring. But don't take my word for it, he actually admits this in the next part of his video.
First, is that the question is not only directed at you, it exists as a marker showing up in your Q&As, your comment sections, your Twitter threads, to imply to anyone paying attention to you that there is some wealth of legitimate criticism that you have long ignored. Now, there may well be a specific point this person is referring to, but it's often left unspecified or generalized, so that the content and the quantity of the criticism is left to audience imagination. It is meant to publicly undermine your legitimacy. Second, it's meant to make you question whether there is some legitimate criticism out there in the din of people screaming at you.
So yeah, a few things to point out here before moving on. First off, you may notice that
There's two worlds where that's possible, but the problem is that both number 1 and number 2 demonstrate a problem, and that is if a person has the point of saying, why don't you respond to criticism, they would then show that criticism. Like, when that person kept trying to antagonize me, acting as though I was ashamed of my past with Smug Roko, or that I hid it, or that I've somehow lied about things that aren't true, it was inherently to the point of them trying to embarrass me over something that they would think would get a particular result, other than the result of, wow, y'all motherfuckers are still on that. That's crazy. Most of the time, when people do it, it's over certain things. Like, when I post in the community that Dark Viper is literally updating the patch notes of how he runs his channel because of how he's getting shit over Viper Rambles, despite him discontinuing that channel, but not deleting it, not privating the videos, not anything, that's just a clear case example of cope. So, there's no need to pose the question. I know why he's not doing it.
that he's simply doubling down on the false dichotomy, and then starting to give a very bizarre mind-reading argument where he accuses the centrist of being in on the scheme, and therefore everyone criticizing him is in fact secretly a Nutsi, and that there's just no possible way any legitimate criticism could exist. But a big thing to point out here is just how very rarely this specific question actually happens. The question, why don't you respond to criticism, is pretty darn rare in terms of replies to political videos and content. And partially I know this because I'm a content creator myself that gets a few views.
Well, she's already here. Well, shit. I'm gonna save this for when I come back. When I come back, what do I want to do? Today is a Saturday, but I didn't already have versus chat plan, so I suppose I will do community group. And so we will play Toontown and converse with people. Yeah. Put a pin in this. I'm gonna come back. I'll be back, chat. It's time to go to the store.